Li Mei's Wuxia whispers. Chapter 349. Halt! The old man behind the blue-clothed young man had now caught up and pulled on the reins, causing the Fergana horse beneath him to stop before standing by the young man's side. Duan Lingtian's gaze squinted. Relying on his acute spiritual force and the lifetime of experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, he was able to discern. This old man's cultivation ought to be at the 5th level of the void-prying stage without a doubt. As for the blue-clothed young man, he was around the age of 25, and his cultivation was at the 7th level of the origin core stage. Humph! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's face sank, and he grunted coldly as he spurred his horse forward to block the young man's lustful gaze that looked at Li Fei. His eyes were filled with coldness as they focused on the young man. His woman couldn't be disrespected by others. Li Fei noticed the young man's gaze earlier, and her beautiful face beneath the veil sank slightly. Now when she saw Duan Lingtian blocking before her, it caused the gloominess on her face to vanish without a trace, and replacing it was a light smile of happiness. This was her, Li Fei's man. A man she could rely on for her entire lifetime. The young man's face couldn't help but sink when his gaze of admiring a beauty was blocked, and he looked at Duan Lingtian as he shouted coldly, "Kid! K off." Although the young woman wore a light veil and her appearance couldn't be seen clearly, but he who'd seen countless women was able to discern that she was a beauty just by looking at the young woman's pair of willow-shaped brows and beautiful eyes, and she was absolutely a top-grade beauty. This top-grade beauty was far from being comparable to the group of vulgar women in his home, especially this young woman's hot figure. It caused his imagination to roam. His lower abdomen heated up and a greedy desire arose within his heart. A desire to take this young woman for himself. Now his mood was disturbed, and he couldn't help but be slightly enraged. Duan Lingtian suddenly started laughing when he heard the young man ask him to K off, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile that contained slight coldness mixed within. "I'll give you the time of 10 breaths to vanish from my sight right now. Otherwise, bear the consequences." Bear the consequences? When the young man heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was stunned for a moment before he reacted and couldn't help but laugh. The young man's eyes were filled with disdain as he looked down at Duan Lingtian. "Kid, you said earlier that you'd give me 10 breaths of time to vanish from your sight. Otherwise, I'll be responsible for the consequences?" Now the young man even thought that he had misheard, because no one had ever dared to talk to him like this, or threaten him like this. 8 more breaths of time. Duan Lingtian looked at the young man calmly. His face was as cold as ever, and he was not affected by the young man at all. The young man finally confirmed that he had not heard wrongly. Immediately, he looked at Duan Lingtian and sneered, "Kid, it seems like you're quite bold. 8 breaths of time, right? Let me tell you, I can kill you in less than 8 breaths of time." The young man's words were filled with disdain and overbearingness. 6 more breaths of time. Duan Lingtian continued speaking with a calm voice that contained traces of killing intent mixed within. "Uncle Ji." The disdain on the young man's face grew even deeper as he abruptly shouted out in a low voice, "Young master." The old man by the young man's side replied respectfully, "I'll kill this kid and his servant within 5 breaths of time." The young man spoke with a clear voice, and his cold and indifferent gaze swept past Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan, who stood behind Duan Lingtian. As he spoke, it was as if killing 2 people was a common occurrence to him. Li Mei's Wuxia whispers that as soon as he finished speaking, the young man added, "Uncle Ji, you must not injure that little beauty when you make a move. I want to take her back and make her my 27th concubine." Ha ha ha. As he finished speaking, the young man started laughing loudly, and his voice was filled with arrogance and lewdness. 27th concubine? When he heard the young man, the coldness in Duan Lingtian's eyes grew even colder and oppressive as he said coldly, 3 more breaths of time. "Uncle Ji, do it." The young man abruptly shouted out explosively, and his eyes emitted madness. As far as he was concerned, so long as he killed these 2 irksome fellows, that little beauty would be his. At that time, wouldn't she be at his mercy? When he thought of how this beautiful woman with a hot figure was about to become his plaything, the lustful sheen in the young man's eyes grew even brighter. "Yes, young master." As soon as the young man finished speaking, the body of the old man on the Fergana horse beside him trembled slightly, and he directly soared up from the Fergana horse and floated in the air. The old man's gaze was extremely icy cold as it descended onto Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan, and it was as if he was looking at two dead people. Perhaps, in the eyes of the old man, Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan were bound to be two dead people in the next moment. Kid, in this world, there are some people you can't afford to offend. Remember this when you reincarnate in your next life. The young man looked at Duan Lingtian as he laughed arrogantly, and his eyes were filled with viciousness. Is that so? Duan Lingtian sneered, then shouted in a low voice, the time of 10 breaths is already up. Xiong Quan. Yes, young master. Xiong Quan replied. Then his eyes abruptly squinted and emitted awe-inspiring killing intent. Whoosh! Right at this moment, an ear-piercing howl of the wind sounded out. Duan Lingtian's face sank, as he noticed that the old man that floated in the air had suddenly vanished before his eyes. At almost the exact same moment, an awe-inspiring strong wind assaulted his face. Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that the old man was flashing towards him with an extremely swift speed, desiring to kill him. Above the sky, 7,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes could be seen condensing into form. This was precisely the symbol of the 5th level of the void prying stage. Now this 5th level void prying stage old man didn't even utilize a spirit weapon or force when making a move against Duan Lingtian. Perhaps, as far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian didn't have the qualifications to make him utilize his spirit weapon and force. In the distance, the young man that sat on the Fergana horse revealed a slightly insane and lustful expression when he saw this scene. Die! Die! Once you're dead, that little beauty by your side will be mine. Right at this moment, whoosh! An exceedingly swift figure whistled out, accompanied by a shocked shout that was like a thunderclap. A mere 5th level void prying stage martial artist dares be presumptuous before my young master? It was Xiong Quan's figure that flashed out, and in the blink of an eye, he descended before Duan Lingtian before the old man approached Duan Lingtian. Then he floated in the sky and blocked the old man's path. Above Xiong Quan, the energy of heaven and earth roiled, and the number of ancient mammoth silhouettes ceaselessly rose. 8,000 heads. 9,000. When it increased to 9,999, all the ancient mammoth silhouettes trembled and completely converged together, causing a wave of clouds and mist to roil. When the clouds and mist dispersed, an enormous creature that coiled down appeared before the eyes of everyone. This enormous creature was a few tens of meters long, and its powerful body spiraled in the sky, seeming lifelike. Its bloody mouth would occasionally open, swallowing clouds and spitting out mist, and it brought a visual shock to others. The enormous creature was 50% or 60% similar to the Eastern Divine Dragon in Duan Lingtian's impression, but it was slightly smaller than the Eastern Divine Dragon. Moreover, its appearance seemed to be even more savage and extremely deterring. Horned Dragon. This was an ancient horned dragon. During the ancient times, the strength of an ancient horned dragon was comparable to the strength of 10,000 ancient mammoths. Presently, Xiong Quan's strength had soared to the point it was comparable to the strength of an ancient horned dragon. It was equivalent to the strength of 10,000 ancient mammoths. 7th level of the void prying stage. A voice that was mixed with trembling abruptly sounded out, and it contained traces of fear mixed within. It was the old man that charged towards Duan Lingtian like a bolt of lightning, and when Xiong Quan appeared before Duan Lingtian, he hurriedly flashed back and floated in the sky. As he looked at the lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouette above Xiong Quan, the old man's eyes emitted terror that came from his soul. As this middle-aged man's figure flashed, he drew upon the energy of heaven and earth to condense into the strength of an ancient horned dragon. He didn't utilize a spirit weapon, nor did he utilize force. The old man was well aware of what this meant. 7th level of the void prying stage. This was a 7th level void prying stage expert. This is an ancient horned dragon? Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the sky above Xiong Quan. Even though he knew beforehand that Xiong Quan had already broken through to the 7th level of the void prying stage. Relying on the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, he knew that Xiong Quan was able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to condense into an ancient horned dragon silhouette. However, this was the first time he'd seen an expert at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above make a move. It was the first time he'd seen an ancient horned dragon. Ancient horned dragon? Li Fei had a bewildered expression, as she'd never heard of an ancient horned dragon. Little Fei, in Cloud Continent, Martial artists are able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop ancient mammoth silhouettes. However, when the number of ancient mammoth silhouettes reaches 10,000, it would automatically transform into an ancient horned dragon silhouette. Duanlingtian noticed Li Fei's bewilderment and slowly explained. This is the rule of Cloud Continent, the iron law of Cloud Continent. In other words, the strength of an ancient horned dragon is comparable to the strength of 10,000 ancient mammoths. Li Fei came to a sudden understanding when she heard Duanlingtian's explanation, and she completely understood. Ancient horned dragon's strength? In the distance, the blue-clothed young man that sat on the Fergana horse revealed a dumbstruck expression after Xiong Quan drew upon the energy of heaven and earth to condense into an ancient horned dragon silhouette. Only now did he react to what had happened. At the instant he reacted, his eyes were filled with a sheen of disbelief. No. Impossible. How could there possibly be a 7th-level void-prying stage expert by the side of this immature kid? No. Impossible. Impossible. He wasn't willing to believe that all this was true. Immediately after, his chest was completely filled with panic and fear. Now there was only a 5th-level void-prying stage martial artist by his side, whereas there was a 7th-level void-prying stage expert by his side. Chapter 350. Right at the same time that panic arose in the blue-clothed young man's heart. Xiong Quan, kill this old fellow. Suddenly, Duanlingtian looked at the old man that floated in the distant sky and abruptly spoke with a voice that contained traces of icy coldness that didn't contain the slightest emotion. He could imagine that if it wasn't for Xiong Quan, he would have already been killed by this old man earlier. At the instant the old man vanished before his eyes, the murderous intent that assaulted his face caused him to almost feel suffocated. He didn't want to feel that feeling a second time in his entire lifetime. It was too unbearable. Yes, young master. Xiong Quan replied, and a cold light flashed within his eyes. With a raise of his hand, a meter-long blade appeared in his hand. The old man's face went pale at the instant Duanlingtian finished speaking. Now when he saw Xiong Quan's actions, his eyes revealed terror, and his figure shook as if transforming into a ghost as he flashed directly towards the blue-clothed young man, grabbing the latter with the intention of fleeing. Obviously, he wanted to flee with his young master. But would he be able to flee? Xiong Quan's cold snort sounded out abruptly, and it seemed to be able to condense the air. In practically an instant, in Duanlingtian's eyes, Xiong Quan vanished on the spot, and when he appeared once more, he'd already caught up to the old man that carried the blue-clothed young man and soared into the sky, intending to flee into the solitary peak. Swish! An ear-piercing sword howl sounded out. It was only a single sword strike, a sword strike that was swift to the extreme, a sword strike that was like a bolt of lightning, and a sword strike that carried a terrifying aura transformed into a sword light that flashed out, causing the air to condense. Whoosh! At practically the same time, another 5,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the ancient horned dragon silhouette above Xiong Quan. These 5,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes surrounded the ancient horned dragon silhouette like a host of stars surrounding the moon, as if they were worshipping an emperor. The Grade 7 spirit sword in Xiong Quan's hand was able to amplify the strength of 3,000 ancient mammoths on the basis of the strength of an ancient horned dragon. Advanced sword force was able to amplify the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. When the two were added together, it was the strength of 5,000 ancient mammoths. Pooh! A strand of dazzling red rose condensed from fresh blood abruptly bloomed in the air. It was bright and beautiful. The old man that was carrying the blue-clothed young man with the intention of fleeing abruptly stopped in midair as the bright light in his eyes faded away, and the 7,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes above his head vanished into thin air along with it. Cough! The old man's throat trembled, and a bloody hole appeared on his throat. It was extremely strange, and a pillar of blood gushed out, dazzling and eye-catching. Boom! The old man's body suddenly fell, and the blue-clothed young man in his hand fell with him. At this moment, the blue-clothed young man's face was splashed with blood from the old man's throat, but he seemed to be unaware of it. His eyes were wide open, and his body was trembling, as if he was extremely frightened. Duanlingtian looked at the old man's corpse calmly. So what if he was at the 5th level of the void-prying stage? In front of Xiong Quan, who was at the 7th level of the void prying stage, he was similarly like an ant. If Xiong Quan wanted to kill him, it would be as simple as cutting grass. Whoosh! After killing the old man, Xiong Quan's figure shook as he returned to the Fergana horse, and he respectfully followed behind Duan Lingtian with a calm gaze, as if he'd only done something of no importance. Duan Lingtian sat on the Fergana horse, and his icy cold eyes descended onto the blue-clothed young man who was dumbstruck. I gave you a chance. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and although his tone was calm, it concealed awe-inspiring killing intent. The blue-clothed young man's body trembled as he recovered from his shock. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian and revealed a terrified expression as he shouted out in shock. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. I can't kill you? Duan Lingtian laughed, and he laughed extremely brilliantly. Whoosh! Suddenly, a 1-meter-long blade appeared out of thin air in Duan Lingtian's hand, and it flickered with a faint sheen of origin energy as he prepared to attack at any moment. Kid, you're dead if you dare kill me. You're dead. The young man's expression changed when he saw the 1-meter-long blade in Duan Lingtian's hand, and he suddenly shouted out explosively, If you dare kill me, my grandfather won't let you off. The young man didn't finish his words in the end. Idiot! Because Duan Lingtian had already flashed out and sent the 1-meter-long blade in his hand into the young man's chest. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian coldly snorted, and his leg flashed out like lightning, kicking the young man who had his body pierced through by the 1-meter-long blade in his hand. The latter crashed onto the ground with a bang, and he completely lost all signs of life. Dead! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, and he took the storage rings from the hands of the old man and young man one by one. Chi! A dazzling golden grade 7 pill fire appeared in Duan Lingtian's palm, and it slowly pulsated. Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and the grade 7 pill fire descended, directly landing on the corpses of the old man and young man, and igniting them together. Let's go! After the pill fire descended, Duan Lingtian extinguished the ceaselessly burning pill fire in his hand. He couldn't be bothered to take another glance at the corpses of the two people, and he returned to the Fergana horse and called out to Li Fei and Xiong Quan. The three of them spurred their horses and galloped out, heading towards the ancient city of Everlast. Duan Lingtian planned to bring Li Fei to bid farewell to the manager and wife of the Eternal Jade restaurant, and after they finished, they would leave the ancient city of Everlast and return the way they came. Duan Lingtian had already planned it out in his heart. He was in a hurry when he came, and didn't properly savor the scenery along the way. On the way back, he must bring little Fei to have a good time and go on a scenic tour. Whoosh! Whoosh! Not long after Duan Lingtian's group of three left, two figures flashed down from a large tree outside the secluded summit, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived before the two burning corpses. Bang! Bang! The two people made a move, and the bone-piercing origin energy in their hands transformed into cold winds that roared out and extinguished the pill fire on the corpses. Presently, the old man's corpse was almost completely burned, and only half of the young man's corpse remained. The two people that made a move now were two middle-aged men. Luckily, you can still recognize him. One of the middle-aged men heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the young man's complete face, and the corners of his mouth suffused with a wisp of a smile. Second brother. He's indeed the grandson of the withered old man. We've struck it rich this time. You go follow those three people. I'll send him to the withered old man's place, and then I'll go look for you with the withered old man. The other middle-aged man nodded, and at the same time that he dashed out, he whistled. The sound of the whistle sounded out. Suddenly, in the distance of the Hermit Peak, an extremely swift leopard-type fierce beast flew over. The middle-aged man's figure flashed to descend onto the back of this leopard-type fierce beast, and then he dashed out with a speed that far surpassed the Fergana horse. Withered old man, you're going to owe us brothers a great favor this time. The corners of the middle-aged man's mouth was suffused with a wisp of a smile. After that, he raised his hand and carried the remnants of the blue-clothed young man's body as he soared up into the sky, directly ascending towards the top of the mountain. Ancient city of Everlast. When it was close to noon, Duan Lingtian's group of three had rushed back, just in time to have lunch at the Eternal Jade restaurant. Duan Lingtian smiled. Then he urged his horse to stop outside the Eternal Jade restaurant before dismounting, and holding Li Fei's hand as they walked into the restaurant. As for Xiong Quan, he'd gone to take care of the 3 Fergana horses. Big brother Zhang, Duan Lingtian and Li Fei walked up to the second floor, and nodded with a smile as they looked at the slovenly young man that was drinking by the window. Zhang Shouyong replied with a smile. Then he continued drinking. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei had just sat down when Wang Chong walked over and asked with a light smile. Brother Lingtian, little sister Li Fei, both of you are covered in dust. You went out early in the morning? Yeah, big sister Wang Qiong, we went to the Eternal Jade Peak early in the morning to look for you. But unfortunately we didn't find you. Li Fei lightly nodded, then said, Big sister Wang Qiong, scoundrel, and I came to bid our farewells to you and big brother Zhang. We're preparing to return after lunch. So fast. Wang Qiong was slightly surprised, then she smiled. I thought both of you would stay for a period of time, but I never imagined that you would leave so quickly. I wasn't even mentally prepared for your sudden departure. But since both of you are leaving, then I'll personally cook for both of you today. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei didn't have any reaction, yet the slovenly young man that was drinking by the window seemed as if he'd been injected with chicken blood, and his figure flashed over to sit by Duan Lingtian's side. Brother Lingtian, it's all thanks to both of you today. Zhang Shouyong looked at Duan Lingtian and Li Fei as he lightly smiled, and he seemed to be extremely greedy for Wang Qiong's cooking. You speak as if I've starved you usually. Wang Qiong coquettishly glared at Zhang Shouyong before turning around and preparing to leave. Big brother Zhang, could it be that big sister Wang Qiong doesn't usually cook for you? Li Fei looked curiously at Zhang Shouyong as she asked. That's not it. Zhang Shouyong lightly shook his head as a wisp of tender affection appeared on his face. It's just that I usually see her busy with the matters of the restaurant, and I'm afraid she'll be too tired, so I rarely let her cook. But the food your big sister Wang Qiong cooks will surely make you praise it endlessly, and you'll even wish for nothing more than to swallow your tongue. As he finished speaking, Zhang Shouyong smiled. Looks like we'll be able to eat our fill today. Li Fei's beautiful eyes lit up, and they were filled with anticipation. Young master. Meanwhile, Xiong Quan had already settled down the 3 Fergana horses and walked into the Eternal Jade restaurant. Sit down, let's eat together, Duan Lingtian said to Xiong Quan. Thank you, young master. Xiong Quan sat down. Brother Lingtian is really considerate to the servants. Zhang Shouyong glanced at Xiong Quan and lightly smiled. After that, he seemed to have noticed something, and he looked outside the Eternal Jade restaurant and frowned. Brother Lingtian, you brought someone else? Zhang Shouyong's words caused Duan Lingtian to be stunned. No, what's wrong? It's nothing. Zhang Shouyong shook his head. He noticed that the feeling of being watched had vanished at this moment. Maybe I'm mistaken. In next to no time, the food that Wang Qiong personally cooked was served. A table full of fragrant delicacies, and just the smell of it had already caused Duan Lingtian's appetite to be aroused. Big sister Wang Qiong, sit down and eat as well. After the table was filled, Li Fei looked at Wang Qiong and invited her. All of you eat first. There's still soup, I'll go bring it out. Chapter 351. Eternal Jade Restaurant. Duan Lingtian and the others sat around a circle and ate the fragrant and steaming dishes with large mouthfuls. It's too delicious. No wonder big brother Zhang said we would even wish for nothing more than to swallow our tongues. Big sister Wang Qiong, your culinary skill is too good. Li Fei praised as she ate. Eat more if you like. If it's not enough, I'll make more. Wang Qiong smiled to Li Fei, and her beautiful eyes contained slight tender affection mixed within. She liked this little sister from the bottom of her heart. After the meal, Wang Qiong started to clean up the dishes, and Zhang Shouyong went into the kitchen to help as well. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei sat at the table to rest, and they intended to rest for a while before bidding farewell to Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong. Senior withered old man, they're within this restaurant. Suddenly, a clear voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and the voice sounded out from outside the Eternal Jade restaurant, and it grew closer and closer. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian heard 3 ear-piercing howls of the wind sound out by his ears. In the blink of an eye, 3 figures appeared before his eyes. Standing behind them were 2 middle-aged men. One wore azure clothes, the other wore red clothes, and their appearances were exactly the same. Obviously, they were a pair of twin brothers. Before the two middle-aged men stood an emaciated old man. The old man's body was thin and only skin and bones, and it seemed as if a gust of wind would blow him down. But Duan Lingtian didn't dare look down on the old man because of this. He was able to discern that amongst the three people before him, the old man's strength was the most terrifying. Relying on his spiritual force and the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, he was able to see through the cultivation of the two middle-aged men, and they were both fourth-level void-prying stage martial artists. As for the old man, when his spiritual force stretched out, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. It was extremely likely that the old man was in existence at the second void stage, or in other words the void initiation stage. Duan Lingtian's heart sank. It's him. Duan Lingtian saw the old man suddenly speak, and at the instant the old man's muddy eyes descended onto him. It was suffused with a ghastly cold light that seemed as if it was about to swallow Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's heart jerked. The old man's target was him? Yes. Meanwhile, the azure-clothed middle-aged man behind the old man hurriedly nodded. Senior withered old man. Us brothers saw him kill your grandson with our own two eyes. The attendant by your grandson's side was killed by this seventh-level void-prying stage martial artist. The middle-aged man's gaze first fell on Duan Lingtian. Then he looked at Xiong Quan, who was standing beside Duan Lingtian. The middle-aged man's words caused Duan Lingtian's pupils to shrink. He finally understood what was going on. It turned out that his actions at the foot of the Hermit Summit this morning had been exposed. This old man that seems to be a void initiation stage expert is actually the grandfather of that blue-clothed young man I killed? He remembered that before the blue-clothed young man died, he seemed to have mentioned this old man. However, at that time Duan Lingtian was in a fit of rage. How could he possibly care about him? However, even if he knew now that there was an existence that seems to be at the void initiation stage behind the blue-clothed young man, he didn't regret it in the slightest. Not only did that blue-clothed young man dare disrespect little Fei, he even wanted to kill him. He truly deserved death. He could imagine that if it wasn't for Xiong Quan's protection, the person who died this morning wouldn't be that young man, but him. So he didn't regret it. If he really wanted to talk about regret, then what Duan Lingtian regretted the most now was not seeing those two corpses being burned into ash with his own two eyes. Although he didn't see what happened after that, he was able to guess a thing or two. It ought to be that when he and Xiong Quan made a move, it was seen by the twin brothers behind the old man. Later on, one of them went to inform the old man, and the other followed them all the way here. Looks like Big Brother Zhang noticed the people following us earlier. Duan Lingtian recalled that before lunch, Zhang Shouyong had asked him if he'd brought anyone else over. For a time, Duan Lingtian's heart was clear like a mirror. Why did you kill my grandson? The sharp gaze of the gaunt old man descended onto Duan Lingtian, and it seemed to have transformed into a bloodthirsty venomous snake that would bite Duan Lingtian at any moment. Duan Lingtian could feel the old man's killing intent that was difficult to restrain. He deserves death. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and his tone was calm, yet mixed with a murderous intent. At this moment, Duan Lingtian knew that he had no other choice, and could only fight head-on now. He still couldn't confirm if the old man was a void initiation stage expert. Perhaps he still had a chance. He'd already sent a voice transmission to Xiong Quan, asking Xiong Quan to wait for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the old man, and strive to kill him in one strike. He deserves death? The gaunt old man was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian. In next to no time, his gaze descended onto Li Fei, who was by Duan Lingtian's side. Presently, Li Fei hadn't worn her veil, and her drop-dead gorgeous appearance was clearly visible. When he saw Li Fei, the gaunt old man's eyes flickered with a fierce light, and he said in a low voice, "Looks like my grandson was destroyed by a woman." Obviously, the old man knew his grandson very well. Now that he saw Li Fei, he easily guessed some things. When he felt the bloodthirsty killing intent that rose from the gaunt old man towards Li Fei, Duan Lingtian's face went grim, and he hurriedly stood up to stand before Li Fei, blocking this bloodthirsty killing intent for Li Fei. Humph! Duan Lingtian's expression was cold and indifferent, and his back was straight. He wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing the old man's bloodthirsty killing intent, and he remained unmoving like a mountain. Scoundrel! When the old man's killing intent enveloped over, Li Fei felt as if she was within a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and that suffocating feeling caused her to feel extremely uncomfortable. Now Duan Lingtian was blocking before her, and at the same time that it caused her heart to feel warm, she was slightly worried. The gaunt old man's white brows raised when he saw this, and he grunted coldly. Kid, needless to say, you're really not bad. But unfortunately you're dead for sure today. As they say, beauties bring disaster. Remember to stay far away from women like this in your next life. Whoosh! As soon as the gaunt old man finished speaking, origin energy flickered on his gaunt hands. Swoosh! Right at this moment, an ear-piercing sound of the sky being torn apart carried along a string of explosions as it abruptly resounded out. It was Xiong Quan who'd always been waiting for an opportunity to make a move. When he saw his young master's life was in danger, Xiong Quan's figure flashed out as if transforming into a bolt of lightning that flashed directly towards the gaunt old man. Swish! A dazzling sword light shot out violently like a venomous snake leaving its hole, and it pointed towards the old man while carrying traces of an extremely terrifying aura. Advanced sword force. In the sky, the origin energy of heaven and earth roiled as an ancient horned dragon silhouette appeared first. Then around this ancient horned dragon silhouette, almost 5,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared, and they surrounded the ancient horned dragon silhouette like a myriad of hearts surrounding the moon. As soon as Xiong Quan attacked, he exerted his full strength and didn't hold back in the slightest. He intended to directly kill the old man. Advanced sword force? The old man's slightly muddy eyes squinted, and his voice contained a trace of surprise mixed within. After that, petty tricks. The old man sneered as he casually raised his hand to intercept Xiong Quan's attack. Instantly, the origin energy of heaven and earth roiled above the old man before condensing into two ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the end. The old man didn't utilize a spirit weapon, nor did he utilize the concept of a void initiation stage expert. Only a pure origin energy attack was comparable to the strength of two ancient horned dragons. First level of the void initiation stage. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted as his face went grim, and he abruptly shouted out explosively, "Duan Lingtian, watch out!" Meanwhile, Xiong Quan saw the two ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared above the old man, and he instantly realized that the old man was a first-level void initiation stage expert. His face couldn't help but go grim. Slap! The old man raised his hand and grabbed, easily seizing the grade 7 spirit sword in Xiong Quan's hand. At this moment, Xiong Quan's strength at the 7th level of the void prying stage, the amplification of the grade 7 spirit sword, and even the advanced sword force were so weak as if they were made of paper. Move aside. Duan Lingtian's acute spiritual force vaguely detected that the old man was about to attack, and he shouted out explosively once more to warn Duan Lingtian. When Xiong Quan heard Duan Lingtian's voice, based on his trust towards Duan Lingtian, he didn't hesitate in the slightest to stomp his feet on the ground as he completely exploded out with the strength of an ancient horned dragon, desiring to dodge to the side. Swish! At practically the instant Xiong Quan moved, the grade 7 spirit sword the old man seized from Xiong Quan was like a stroke of genius as it flashed directly towards Xiong Quan. This sword was originally flashing towards Xiong Quan's heart. It was precisely because of Duan Lingtian's warning that Xiong Quan was able to dodge a moment earlier, allowing his heart to be spared. However, even then, the grade 7 spirit sword still easily entered Xiong Quan's body. It struck his dantian. Pooh! Fresh blood splattered everywhere, transforming into numerous red roses. Xiong Quan's body fiercely flew out, flipping over a few tables. No! No! Xiong Quan's voice was filled with panic, and after he fell to the ground, he fiercely clenched his fists. However, what appeared above him now wasn't an ancient horned dragon silhouette. It was an ancient mammoth silhouette. 9th level of the body tempering stage. His dantian was crippled by the old man's sword strike, causing his origin energy to be completely lost, and only his cultivation at the 9th level of the body tempering stage remained. Xiong Quan roared for a short moment before stopping, and he had a dazed expression. Right at this moment, a wave of clamorous noise sounded out. It was the group of customers that were eating on the 2nd floor of the Eternal Jade restaurant that were watching the show. When they saw the matter developing to such an extent, they were afraid that it would affect them, and all of them were in a panic as they left their silver and left, fighting to be the first to leave the restaurant. Xiong Quan. Duan Lingtian glanced at Xiong Quan, and his eyes turned crimson red, and his expression was terrifyingly gloomy. A trace of guilt arose within his heart. If it wasn't for him wanting to go to the solitary summit, Xiong Quan wouldn't have appeared here, and nothing would have happened to him. During these past few years, Xiong Quan had followed him, worked for him, and did his best without the slightest complaint. He'd always been grateful in his heart. Now, because of him, Xiong Quan's cultivation had been crippled. He empathized with Xiong Quan. When he heard Duan Lingtian's shocked shout, Xiong Quan raised his head, and when he noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze, he couldn't help but force out a laugh. "Young master, I'm fine. I just lost my origin energy. My advanced sword force is still there, and no one below the void prying stage is able to block a single strike of mine." Advanced sword force was a type of profound comprehension of the sword that void prying stage martial artists possessed. It was separated from origin energy. Chapter 352. A wisp of bitterness appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth when he heard what Xiong Quan said. A 7th-level void prying stage expert had his dantian crippled in the blink of an eye, causing his origin energy to be completely lost, and he was even inferior to a 1st-level void prying stage martial artist. How could this be called fine? Duan Lingtian asked himself if it was him. He would surely be unable to accept this reality. He knew clearly in his heart that Xiong Quan was only consoling him. Xiong Quan didn't want him to feel guilty. But how could he not feel guilty? "Xiong Quan, I owe you." At the same time that Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart, a wisp of bitterness appeared on the corners of his mouth. What he owed Xiong Quan, he would probably only be able to return in his next life. He'd killed the grandson of this void initiation stage expert, so it was impossible for the old man to let him go. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian stared coldly at the gaunt old man in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. "Scoundrel!" Meanwhile, Li Fei held Duan Lingtian's hand and stood shoulder to shoulder with Duan Lingtian. Go through thick and thin together. As far as she was concerned, being able to go through life and death with Duan Lingtian in this lifetime was not a life in vain. Little Fei. When Duan Lingtian saw Li Fei like this, the coldness and indifference on his face vanished without a trace, and replacing it was gentleness that was like water. He lightly stretched out his hand to stroke Li Fei's beautiful face. "Do you regret knowing me?" Li Fei shook her head. "Being able to know you in this lifetime is the greatest favor of the heavens to me. Even if I leave with you in the next moment, I won't regret it, because I'll always be by your side. You'll never be alone." Duan Lingtian nodded heavily, then took a deep breath and squeezed out a trace of a smile on his face. His eyes gradually revealed a trace of firmness. No matter what, so long as there was a trace of a chance, he wouldn't allow anything to happen to little Fei. "Humph!" A cold snort sounded out, breaking this beautiful atmosphere. "What a touching scene. My pitiful grandson died because of this woman." The gaunt old man's voice was cold and indifferent, and his face was gloomy like water. All of a sudden, whoosh! The old man moved and made his move. In the blink of an eye, Li Fei was taken away from Duan Lingtian. Little Fei. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression changed greatly. The moment he came to his senses, he flew out, wanting to save Li Fei. Whoosh! The old man casually raised his leg, causing the shadows of his leg to sweep out, and he only used the strength of over 100 ancient mammoths to kick Duan Lingtian flying. In that instant, Duan Lingtian felt his internal organs tremble, and a sweet taste in his throat. Boom! In the next moment, his entire body flew out like an arrow from a bow, slamming heavily into the wall. Puff! Duan Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood. The shock from his internal organs almost suffocated him. However, seeing that Li Fei was still in the old man's hands, Duan Lingtian suddenly roared and flew out again as if he had turned into a poisonous snake. Sword drawing technique. The sword flashed out like lightning, heading straight for the old man. Swish! The sword light that flashed by seemed to have transformed into the fangs of a poisonous snake, biting towards the old man. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The old man laughed coldly as he casually raised his hand and blasted Duan Lingtian flying once more. Puff! Duan Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood once more, barely supporting himself with his sword. and his body swayed as if he would fall to the ground at any moment. Scoundrel! This scene caused Li Fei's eyes to almost split apart as she cried out in grief. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a slovenly figure flashed out from the second floor of the Eternal Jade restaurant, and in his hand was a beautiful woman. It was precisely Zhang Gu and Zhang Gu of the Eternal Jade restaurant. Zhang Xiaoyong and Wang Qiong. They were originally busy in the kitchen, and they rushed out at the first possible moment when they noticed the commotion. Zhang Xiaoyong frowned when he saw the scene before him, whereas Wang Qiong's beautiful face went pale. Little sister Li Fei. Kid. Looks like you have deep feelings for this woman. You're actually risking your life for this woman. The gaunt old man only glanced indifferently at Zhang Xiaoyong and Wang Qiong before paying no further attention to them. Perhaps he felt that these two people weren't of any threat to him. His gaze once again descended onto Duan Lingtian, and traces of coldness were mixed within. Old fellow, your grandson was killed by me, and it has nothing to do with her. You're a void initiation stage expert at any rate. Don't you feel ashamed of making things difficult for a weak woman? If there's anything, feel free to come at me. Duan Lingtian looked at the gaunt old man and gnashed his teeth as he spoke. Truly touching. A wisp of a strange smile appeared on the old man's face as he looked at Duan Lingtian and said indifferently, Kid, I know that this woman is surely the culprit behind the reason you killed my grandson. How about this? I'll give you a chance. I'll let you leave, but leave this woman behind and I'll kill her. How about it? Humph. Duan Lingtian grunted coldly and disregarded the old man. Not to mention that he didn't believe that the old man would be so kind. Even if what the old man said was true, it was still impossible for him to leave. Li Fei was his woman, his life. Asking him to abandon his woman and use his woman's life to exchange for his life, and live an ignoble life by himself? He would rather die. Scoundrel, leave quickly. However, Li Fei believed it and looked at Duan Lingtian as she said anxiously, Leave quickly. In the future you have to take good care of little sister Kerr, and live well with little sister Kerr. In Li Fei's eyes, even if she could use her life to exchange for her man's life, she would have no regrets. Did you hear that? Your woman is asking you to leave as well. Kid, you'd better leave quickly so as to avoid leaving your life here. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of the old man's mouth as he grunted. Duan Lingtian didn't pay attention to the old man and looked at Li Fei as he lightly shook his head. Little Feier, you're too foolish. I was the one who killed his grandson, how could he let me off so easily? Even if he's willing to let me off, if it's at the cost of your life, I Duan Lingtian would rather die. I Duan Lingtian would rather die. Duan Lingtian's tone was resolute and filled with the will to die. His heroic spirit soared to the heavens. Scoundrel! Li Fei's delicate body trembled as tears fell from her autumn eyes like rain. At this moment, even though she was facing a life-and-death crisis, her heart was still filled with happiness. At this moment, it was as if Duan Lingtian was the only person left in the world in her eyes. This was her man, she was Li Fei's man. Duan Lingtian's determination made the old man's expression extremely ugly. Naturally, he wouldn't be so kind as to let Duan Lingtian leave. He only wanted to destroy the laughable feelings between this young couple, and let them know how fragile their so-called feelings were now. It seemed that he had failed. This young man who killed his grandson was actually willing to die for this woman. Taking a deep breath, the old man's hand shook as he directly threw Li Fei out and said coldly, I'll give you the time of 10 breaths to disappear before my eyes, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, I'll let you be buried with this kid. As the old man finished speaking, his eyes emitted a cold and fierce expression. He still wanted to see the scene of the murderer of his grandson being abandoned by everyone. Only in this way could he dispel the hatred in his heart. Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sneer. Old man, doing the same thing twice. Don't you feel bored? In your heart, I'm afraid you wish for nothing more than to burn our bones and scatter our ashes. Would you let any one of us leave? Laughable. Duan Lingtian's words caused the old man's face to flicker between green and white. Scoundrel. Li Fei arrived by Duan Lingtian's side and helped the ghastly pale Duan Lingtian up, and the gaze she looked at Duan Lingtian with was filled with gentleness that was like water. So long as she was able to be together with this man, even if she had to die in the next moment, she would have no regrets. In the distance, Zhang Shouyong was slightly moved when he saw this scene. Subsequently, his gaze descended onto Wang Qiong, who was by his side. Presently, Wang Qiong's beautiful face was completely covered in tears, and she seemed to have transformed into a tearful beauty. The unwillingness between Duan Lingtian and Li Fei had deeply infected her. The feelings between the two of them had already surpassed life and death. It was shocking. "Kid, what you mean is that I'll go back on my word?" The killing intent in the old man's eyes was awe-inspiring, and his face sank. For the sake of seeing the scene of Duan Lingtian being abandoned by everyone, he secretly gritted his teeth and made a decision. With a raise of his hand, the origin energy in his hand transformed into needles that pierced into the tip of his finger. Hiss! A strand of light fresh blood sprinkled down into the sky. "I, withered old man, swear with my blood that so long as this woman is willing to abandon this kid and leave, and let this kid taste the pain of being abandoned by everyone, I, withered old man, am willing to let this woman live. If I go against this oath, then I, withered old man, am willing to be blasted to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation." As soon as the old man finished speaking, the fresh blood in the sky strangely rose up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, that strand of fresh blood emitted a dignified and formidable aura. This aura pressed down on everyone present, including the withered old man, to the point their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Bang! That strand of fresh blood directly penetrated the roof of the Eternal Jade restaurant and shot into the sky. After a short moment, bang! A thunderclap descended from the horizon, and it alarmed the entire ancient city of Everlast. A void-prying stage martial artist is overcoming the 6-9 heavenly tribulation in the ancient city of Everlast? This was the thought that arose in the hearts of most people at the first possible moment. Only because this thunderclap wasn't ordinary thunderclap. Bang! Subsequently, another thunderclap sounded out in the horizon. Wait, it's impossible for the interval between the 6 bolts of tribulation lightning of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation to be so short. Some void stage experts that had experienced the 6-9 heavenly tribulation spoke out in astonishment. Bang! 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 In next to no time, another thunderclap sounded out. It sounded out a total of 9 times before it stopped. This is 9-9 heavenly tribulation? For a time, the entire ancient city of Everlast was in an uproar. 9-9 heavenly tribulation. Within the Eternal Jade restaurant, Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, as he never imagined that the old man would actually swear such a heavy oath. Looks like this old fellow is really willing to let little Fei go for the sake of seeing the scene of me being abandoned by everyone. Duan Lingtian's heart slightly trembled, and he guessed the old man's objective in doing this. In next to no time, he looked at Li Fei, who was by his side, and his eyes emitted traces of tender affection, and within this tender affection was slight reluctance mixed within. Through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian knew the 9-9 heavenly tribulation like the back of his hand. The 9-9 heavenly tribulation was the tribulation of an oath that caused one to tremble with fear upon hearing its name. In Cloud Continent, other oaths didn't have much binding force, and only relied on one's conscience, and the person that made the oath could go back on it at any time. Chapter 353. He Bin's second Alliance Master has been born. Thank you, little she-devil. It was said that once a person on Cloud Continent made an oath using his own blood and the 9-9 heavenly tribulation, he would be directly struck to death by the 9-9 heavenly tribulation if he dared to violate it. Similar incidents had happened many times on Cloud Continent. Therefore, no one dared to easily make an oath using the 9-9 heavenly tribulation. This withered old man really hates me to the bone. Duan Lingtian looked at the skinny old man with a gaze that was cold and indifferent like ice. The old man looked at Li Fei as the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Now you can leave in peace. I really look forward to seeing how painful it will be for this kid when you abandon him and leave. As he finished speaking, a wisp of an evil smile appeared on the corners of the old man's mouth. It was as if he had already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian betraying his friends and family. Li Fei's clear eyes were suffused with coldness as she calmly glanced at the old man and no longer paid any attention to him. Her slender hands tightly held onto Duan Lingtian, and her gaze was firm as before without the slightest change. She would not abandon her man and live an ignoble life, just like how her man would not abandon her. Little Fei, when Duan Lingtian saw the withered old man make an oath using the 99 heavenly tribulation and was willing to let Li Fei go. He originally wanted to persuade Li Fei to leave. However, when he saw the gaze contained within Li Fei's eyes, he noticed the meaning that Li Fei wanted to express. It was incomparably firm and would never leave in the end. He didn't open his mouth, and a brilliant smile appeared on his face. He stretched out his hand and embraced Li Fei in his arms, and felt Li Fei's heartbeat. At this moment, Li Fei's heartbeat seemed to have completely merged with his heartbeat, and it was difficult to distinguish them. I'll give you the time of 3 breaths. If you still don't leave, then you'll be buried with him. The old man's withered body trembled slightly. He suddenly realized that everything he had done just now seemed to be useless. This young couple, although young, was actually willing to give up their lives for love. This made him feel that it was inconceivable, and at the same time he was a little angry from embarrassment. Li Fei completely ignored the old man's threat. She quietly leaned into Duan Lingtian's embrace, taking in the familiar scent of Duan Lingtian's body and enjoying every second. She really hoped that this moment would last forever. As for Duan Lingtian, he held Li Fei in his arms and smelled the fragrance of Li Fei's hair. He felt extremely calm. At this moment, he could clearly feel that his soul had been elevated to a higher level. His spiritual power, which had been dormant for a long time, grew at an extremely fast rate, all the way to the critical point between the nascent soul stage and the void-prying stage. Duan Lingtian didn't seem to notice this at all. Or perhaps he knew deep down that even if his mind power improved, it wouldn't change anything. 3 breaths later. Looks like you're really going to die with this kid. The old man sneered. His skinny body lightly trembled as his origin energy roared. Then I'll let you and this kid be a pair of dying mandarin ducks. Whoosh! In the sky above the old man, 2 ancient horned dragon silhouettes gradually condensed into form, and their imposing auras shot into the sky like rainbows. Young master! Xiong Quan, who'd always been struggling to stand up, went ghastly pale when he saw this scene, and his body that had just propped itself up fiercely fell to the ground once more. He madly pounded his fists on the ground as if he'd gone mad, and he hated his own weakness to the extreme. Stay your hand! Suddenly, a delicate shout spread throughout the 2nd floor of the Eternal Jade restaurant, causing everyone to be stunned. The old man's face sank as he turned to look towards the source of the voice, and his gaze descended onto Wang Qiong. The old man, hate people telling me what to do. This matter has nothing to do with you. If you dare speak out of turn again, then I'll let you die with them. Big brother Zhang, bring sister-in-law in. Duan Lingtian looked at the young man by Wang Qiong's side as he spoke slowly. He didn't want to be a burden to this young couple. Big sister Wang Qiong, if there's a next life, I hope to be able to eat the food you cook again. Li Fei raised her head and lightly smiled to Wang Qiong. It's really delicious. Now you and big brother Zhang quickly go in. Little sister Li Fei. Wang Qiong looked at Li Fei as a wisp of a smile appeared on her tear-stained face. You've taught me many things, and allowed me to understand many things in an instant. Thank you. If you really want to eat the food big sister cooks, then you have to live well, and big sister will cook for you again. Live well? Wang Qiong's words caused Li Fei to sigh. Did she still have a chance? Brother Yong. Suddenly, under the gazes of everyone present, Wang Qiong looked at the slovenly young man by her side and spoke slowly. I know that when you followed me to the ancient city of Everlast to live in seclusion, you'd once said, unless someone threatens our lives otherwise, you wouldn't commit the sin of killing again. Suddenly, Wang Qiong's fierce gaze descended onto the emaciated old man and 2 middle-aged men in the distance, and her voice became slightly colder. But today, I hope you can make an exception for me. Wang Qiong's words caused everyone besides the slovenly young man to be stunned for a moment. Big brother Zhang, he wouldn't be. Duan Lingtian's heartbeat sped up when he heard Wang Qiong. Right at the instant Duan Lingtian's heartbeat sped up, a chilly voice sounded out by his ears. I understand. This voice was precisely emitted from the mouth of the slovenly young man in the distance. In an instant, in Duan Lingtian's field of vision, the slovenly young man vanished on the spot, and he'd obviously sped up to the limit. Duan Lingtian only saw the energy of heaven and earth roil in the sky before condensing into 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the end. the strength of 3 ancient horned dragons. Big Brother Zhang. He's a second-level void initiation stage martial artist? Duan Lingtian revealed an expression of disbelief. Never had he imagined that this young man that looked to be a little over 30 years old would actually possess such a terrifying strength. Bang! Duan Lingtian's thoughts had only just spun when he heard an enormous bang. Zhang Shouyong had arrived before the old man in the blink of an eye, and his fist smashed out like a sledgehammer, and it smashed onto the old man's chest before the old man could react. The old man was smashed flying, and his face flushed red. Second-level void initiation stage. The old man shouted out in shock, and he felt something sweet in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Never had he imagined that this young man that looked to be a little over 30 years old was actually an existence that was even stronger than him. Whoosh! The old man didn't dare hesitate, and the origin energy on his body roiled as a narrow sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. His origin energy skyrocketed, and it carried along an extremely terrifying aura. This aura was even stronger than the advanced force. Sword concept. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. In the blink of an eye, another ancient horned dragon silhouette and almost 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 2 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above the old man. The 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes surrounded the 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes at the center like a host of stars surrounding the bright moon. It's a grade 6 spirit sword. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a cold light. The grade 6 spirit sword in the old man's hand was able to amplify strength by almost 40%. The strength of almost 8,000 ancient mammoths was amplified by the grade 6 spirit sword on the basis of the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. As for the strength of the other ancient horned dragon, that was the strength bestowed upon the old man by sword concept. Concept reigned above force. Although the old man's sword concept was only at the lowest level, first level sword concept, it still reigned above advanced sword force. Advanced force was able to allow a martial artist to gain the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths, just like Xiongquan's advanced sword force. Whereas the first level sword concept that reigned above advanced sword force was instead able to allow a martial artist to gain the strength of 10,000 ancient mammoths, which was the strength of an ancient horned dragon. Presently, when the old man attacked with his full strength, his strength was comparable to the strength of 3 ancient horned dragons, and coupled with the strength of almost 8,000 ancient mammoths, die. The old man's eyes were crimson red as his figure flashed out, and the narrow sword in his hand trembled as he flashed towards Zhang Shouyong like a bolt of lightning. Of course, in the eyes of Duan Lingtian, the old man had vanished into thin air. The old man's speed was too swift. With his current cultivation, he was utterly unable to see clearly, and only felt a gust of wind swiftly flash past as it swept towards Zhang Shouyong. Big Brother Zhang, watch out! Duan Lingtian couldn't help but warn him. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian realized that his warning was unnecessary. He saw Zhang Shouyong vanish into thin air before his eyes, and when he appeared once more, he stood at the spot the old man was at earlier. A mere first-level void initiation stage martial artist with first-level sword concept dares to play tricks before me? Zhang Shouyong's voice contained slight disdain and overbearingness mixed within. Whoosh! Practically at the instant Zhang Shouyong finished speaking, a layer of light that flashed with flowing light suddenly appeared on his body. This wasn't a defensive chi barrier. Instead, it was a layer of earthen yellow-colored light barrier. Instantly, Zhang Shouyong's entire body seemed to have fused into one with the earth, and it was impossible to distinguish between him and the earth. Suddenly, Zhang Shouyong took a stride forward. Taking a step out was like a mountain collapsing. Bang! An extremely formidable aura gushed out from Zhang Shouyong's body, and it seemed to have perfectly fused into one with the entire earth. This aura was even slightly stronger than the old man's sword concept. Earth concept? As he looked at Zhang Shouyong, who seemed to have completely fused into one with the earth, Duan Lingtian was greatly shocked in his heart. After fusing with the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu, he wasn't unfamiliar with concept. It was even to the extent that he was able to discern that Zhang Shouyong was executing a type of concept that was extremely difficult to comprehend, the earth concept within the concept of nature. Earth concept was able to allow one's aura to completely fuse with the earth. Not only was it capable of concealment and concealment, it was even capable of relying on the energy of the earth to attack, and it was an extremely overbearing concept. Whoosh! At this moment, another 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared beside the 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above Zhang Shouyong. 6 ancient horned dragon silhouettes floated in the air, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they accumulated force and were waiting to attack. Big Brother Zhang's Earth concept is actually able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to condense into 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, and he had an astonished expression. Third level Earth concept. Chapter 354. Concept was similar to the cultivation level of a martial artist, and it was divided into 9 levels. Every level was stronger than the previous level. First level concept was comparable to the strength of an ancient horned dragon. Second level concept was comparable to the strength of 2 ancient horned dragons. Third level concept was comparable to the strength of 3 ancient horned dragons. And so on and so forth. The strongest concept was 9th level concept, and it was comparable to the strength of 9 ancient horned dragons. Third level Earth concept. Duan Lingtian was shocked as well, and his heart was filled with shock when he saw Zhang Shouyong reveal a cultivation at the 2nd level of the Void Initiation stage. Now, Zhang Shouyong had actually executed 3rd level Earth concept. Duan Lingtian didn't have the time to react when Zhang Shouyong took another step forward, and in the blink of an eye, he seemed to have completely fused into the ground and vanished without a trace. At this moment, the emaciated body of the withered old man that stood in the distance with a terrified expression suddenly trembled. Subsequently, it was as if his throat was tightly held by someone, and his face went ghastly pale as he opened his mouth, yet was unable to speak a single word for a long time. In the next moment, his eyes that flickered with a fierce light had completely dimmed down. Bang! The withered old man's body swayed a few times before crashing to the ground, and when he crashed to the ground, dazzling and resplendent fresh blood flowed out from his 7 apertures. The withered old man was a first-level Void Initiation stage expert. Earlier, he'd even controlled the lives of Duan Lingtian and Li Fei in his hands, and he was extremely domineering. But now, it was precisely such a domineering Void Initiation stage expert that crashed to the ground and bled to death from his 7 apertures. The scene before them caused Duan Lingtian and Li Fei to have an unreal feeling. Is this really a Void Initiation stage expert? At the same time, they were completely shocked by Zhang Shouyong's strength. Although they were unable to discern the traces of Zhang Shouyong attacking, they knew clearly that all this was related to Zhang Shouyong, who'd vanished on the spot in the blink of an eye and seemed to have fused into one with the ground. Whoosh! Right at this moment, Zhang Shouyong's slovenly figure once again appeared before the eyes of everyone, and he just happened to stand by the side of the withered old man's corpse. Zhang Shouyong calmly glanced at the withered old man as if he had done something insignificant. At this moment, the twin brothers standing at the side looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. They all realized that they had kicked an iron plate. A 2nd-level Void Initiation stage expert that had comprehended 3rd-level Earth concept. Even if it was in the surrounding area of the ancient city of Everlast, such an existence could be called a top existence. To think that they would encounter it. Run! The same thought appeared in their minds. They hurriedly executed their movement techniques and flew out of the restaurant. They wanted to escape from this place of despair. In this place, they felt that their lives were completely out of their control. Zhang Shouyong's eyebrows twitched slightly. He had originally planned to chase after the 2 of them, but all of a sudden, he seemed to have realized something. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he gently shook his head. All of a sudden, Zhang Shouyong's figure flickered, disappearing from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already beside Wang Qiong. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force that had advanced to the peak of the nascent soul stage shook, and he vaguely noticed that a person was flying in from outside, and her target was the pair of fleeing twin brothers. Who is it? Right when Duan Lingtian was bewildered in his heart, a graceful figure appeared before his eyes. The figure blocked the path of the twin brothers. The lifelike silhouette of an ancient horned dragon circled in the sky above this person. Besides that, there were another 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes that surrounded this ancient horned dragon silhouette like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon, and it was as if they were prostrating themselves before a supreme emperor, 9th level of the void prying stage. The faces of the twin brothers that were stopped went grim as they shouted out in shock. Stay behind! The voice of the person that arrived was extremely pleasant to the ear. Instantly she made a move. Swoosh! Swoosh! A pair of delicate hands flashed out like a bolt of lightning, and they seemed to have transformed into two venomous snakes that bit towards the twin brothers and directly broke their necks. Crack! The sound of bones breaking could be clearly heard, and it caused one to shudder. Bang! Bang! The bodies of the twin brothers crashed down along with the person that arrived, and they followed in the footsteps of the withered old man. This, Duan Lingtian and Li Fei looked at each other, and they both saw astonishment in each other's eyes. Only because the young woman that had appeared before their eyes and killed the twin brothers was someone they knew. This young woman was none other than the beautiful manager of the profound pool inn that was opposite the Eternal Jade restaurant. Duan Lingtian never imagined that this beautiful manager that looked to be extremely delicate actually possessed such a terrifying cultivation. The beautiful manager nodded with a smile to Duan Lingtian and Li Fei, and her beautiful eyes spun with flowing lights as she looked towards the distant Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong, and her gaze descended onto Wang Qiong. Profound pool. Zhang Shouyong nodded to the beautiful manager and greeted her indifferently. When faced with Zhang Shouyong's coldness, the delicate figure of the beautiful manager imperceptibly trembled, but it was still clearly seen by Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian knew that this was Zhang Shouyong's private matter, so he didn't pay much attention to it. He brought along Li Fei and arrived before Xiong Quan, then helped Xiong Quan up and sat down at the side. Xiong Quan, are you all right? Xiong Quan shook his head and forced out a laugh. I'm fine. After making Xiong Quan consume the grade 7 gold injury pill, Duan Lingtian started to help him dissolve the medicinal strength. The current Xiong Quan had completely lost his origin energy, so he was utterly unable to dissolve the medicinal strength of the medicinal pill. After a short while, under the assistance of Duan Lingtian's origin energy, Xiong Quan's injuries recovered greatly. Although his dantian couldn't be healed, his complexion improved slightly, and he wasn't as pale as before. I understand. Suddenly, a slightly miserable voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian raised his head to look. It was the beautiful manager of Shen Qian, and she sighed before turning around and leaving. That graceful and beautiful figure was lonely and desolate, as if she'd lost the most important thing in an instant. Besides that, when Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong, he kept having the feeling that there was something different about this young couple. In next to no time he obtained the answer. So it turned out that the problem lay with Wang Qiong. How could the current Wang Qiong have the slightest lack of confidence? Compared to the Wang Qiong of the past, the current Wang Qiong was simply like a completely different person. What happened? Duan Lingtian was puzzled in his heart. It was difficult to imagine that a person would change so much in the blink of an eye. Big brother Zhang, sister-in-law, thank you. Duan Lingtian held Li Fei's hand and walked towards Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong as he sincerely thanked them. His tone was filled with gratitude. If it wasn't for Zhang Shouyong lending a hand today, it would have been impossible for him and Li Fei to survive. Little sister Li Fei, I didn't scare you, right? Wang Qiong stretched out her slender hand to seize Li Fei from Duan Lingtian's side, and then she pulled her to her side before asking about her well-being. Big sister Wang Qiong, I'm fine. Li Fei lightly shook her head. Come, let's have a private chat. Pay no attention to them. Wang Qiong brought Li Fei to the side to sit down, and they started chatting happily. This caused Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong to look at each other before smiling helplessly. The two of them found a place to sit down. After they sat down, Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion. Big brother Zhang, I truly never imagined that you're actually a void initiation stage expert. Moreover, you're a void initiation stage expert that has comprehended third-level Earth concept. Zhang Shouyong smiled. I was just lucky. Lucky? Duan Lingtian shook his head. This wasn't luck. Being able to comprehend third-level concept at such an age, Zhang Shouyong's comprehension ability caused Duan Lingtian to be shocked. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, even if it was in the foreign lands, such a comprehension ability could already be considered to be not bad. Big brother Zhang, are you from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Duan Lingtian asked. No. Zhang Shouyong shook his head. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and he looked at Duan Lingtian and revealed a wisp of a smile. Brother Lingtian, thank you. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Thank me for what? He was unable to wrap his head around it. It seemed that Zhang Shouyong had helped him today, right? Why did Zhang Shouyong thank him instead? Brother Lingtian, I presume you ought to be extremely curious about the relationship between me and the female manager of Xianqian, right? Zhang Shouyong asked. Although he didn't know why Zhang Shouyong suddenly asked this, Duan Lingtian still couldn't help but nod. She's called Chen Xianqi and she's my childhood sweetheart. My family and hers are even friends for generations, and my family arranged a marriage for the two of us since we were young. She can be said to be my fiancée. Of course, that's all in the past. At the moment I left my family, that marriage contract didn't count. As Zhang Shouyong spoke, he picked up his wine gourd and poured a mouthful of wine into his mouth. Childhood sweetheart? Duan Lingtian never imagined that Zhang Shouyong had such a relationship with the female manager of the inn. Zhang Shouyong continued. Since I was young, I've taken her to be my own younger sister, and I've never thought that anything would happen between us, so I've always paid no attention to that marriage contract. Chapter 355. Zhang Shouyong didn't speak of what happened after that, and Duan Lingtian was able to guess a thing or two. It was none other than Chen Xianqi being unwilling to give up. Then, coupled with Wang Qiong's lack of confidence, Chen Xianqi felt that he had an opportunity to take advantage of. Therefore, the relationship between Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong had always been in a deadlock. Zhang Shouyong laughed freely. This time, the life and death relationship between you and sister-in-law infected Qiong seemed to have thought it through in an instant, and didn't feel that she was worthy of me anymore. Her past confidence no longer existed. Even to the extent that she took the initiative to suggest leaving the ancient city of Everlast with me, and going around the world. This was practically impossible in the past. Speaking up to here, Zhang Shouyong's face was filled with excitement. Congratulations, big brother Zhang. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he congratulated Zhang Shouyong. Zhang Shouyong continued. Earlier, Xianqi also realized that had regained her confidence, and knew that she didn't have a chance anymore. So she thought it through and will leave in a few days. This time you and sister-in-law have really helped us greatly. Otherwise, if Xianqi were to drag on for a few more years, I don't know how guilty I would feel. Duan Lingtian nodded. An hour later, Duan Lingtian, Li Fei, and Xiong Quan left the ancient city of Everlast once again. But there were two more people beside them. It was precisely Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong. Duan Lingtian gave up a Fergana horse to Zhang Shouyong and his wife, and he and Li Fei rode on the same Fergana horse. Duan Lingtian embraced Li Fei and spurred the horse forward. The current Zhang Shouyong had changed into a clean set of clothes and wasn't as sloppy as before. The stubble on his face had also been shaved off, and he appeared to be handsome. But the wine gourd still hung on his waist. This wine gourd was like a treasure that never left his side. Big brother Zhang, why does it seem like the wine in your gourd can't be finished? Half a month later, Duan Lingtian finally couldn't help but ask. In this half a month, he was certain that Zhang Shouyong had not replenished the wine in his wine gourd. His wine gourd was like a bottomless pit, containing an endless amount of wine. Hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Zhang Shouyong was stunned for a moment, then he couldn't help but laugh. Brother Lingtian, your big brother Zhang's wine gourd isn't an ordinary gourd. This is a grade 5 spirit weapon that can hold 5,000 kilograms of wine. Wang Qiong explained to Duan Lingtian with a smile. A 5th grade spirit weapon? Wang Qiong spoke casually, but in Duan Lingtian's ears, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. A 5th grade spiritual weapon. Li Fei, who was sitting in front of Duan Lingtian with her back leaning against Duan Lingtian's chest, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Looking at the wine gourd in Zhang Shouyong's hand, her autumn eyes flashed with an incredulous light. Xiong Quan, who was leading the way on his horse, was also slightly moved. He was shocked. I've really misjudged. Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion. Now his spiritual force stretched out, and he was able to notice that the wine gourd in Zhang Shouyong's hand was actually a grade 5 spirit weapon. Grade 5 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian's mood surged. According to his knowledge, even in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, a grade 5 spirit weapon was in existence that was rare like phoenix feathers and qilin horns. The seven-star sword sect he was in was one of the top sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. However, such a formidable sect seemed to only have a single grade 5 spirit weapon. It was a grade 5 spirit sword, and supposedly, it was in the possession of the seven-star sword sect's sect leader. That grade 5 spirit sword was the sword of the seven-star sword sect's sect leader that was passed down from generation to generation. Besides being able to store wine, this wine gourd ought to be an extremely terrifying offensive spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian was able to notice that this wine gourd was different. It wasn't a pure storage spirit weapon like a spatial ring. And besides that, it carried traces of a baleful aura. This was the baleful aura that only offensive spirit weapons possessed. Grade 5 spirit weapons. There are very few in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Even if it's in those empires that stand above imperial kingdoms, there probably aren't many of them. Could it be that Big Brother Zhang is a member of the Darkstone Empire? Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. All along the way he tried to ask about Zhang Shouyong's origins, but Zhang Shouyong brushed it off with a smile every single time, saying that he already had nothing to do with his past and didn't want to mention it. Duan Lingtian was able to feel the carefree and resolute tone in Zhang Shouyong's words. Looks like the clan that this Big Brother Zhang of his used to belong to had injured him greatly. Since Zhang Shouyong was unwilling to speak, Duan Lingtian naturally didn't ask any further. This also caused Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong's origins to become a mystery in his eyes. Big Brother Zhang's sister-in-law, what plans do the two of you have? Duan Lingtian asked Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong. We don't have any specific plans for now. However, we ought to first make a trip around the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. We'll first send you and sister-in-law back to the seven-star sword sect, and then we'll make plans. Zhang Shouyong lightly smiled. A trace of warmth arose in Duan Lingtian's heart. He naturally knew Zhang Shouyong's intentions. It was undoubtedly to escort him and Li Fei back to the seven-star sword sect. After all, Xiong Quan's current cultivation was different from before. Even if it was a first-level void-prying stage martial artist, so long as the martial artist utilized a spirit weapon, Xiong Quan wouldn't be a match for the martial artist. Although Xiong Quan was able to execute advanced sword force that was comparable to the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. However, the strength bestowed by advanced sword force was unable to be amplified by spirit weapons. Spirit weapons could only amplify the strength of the fleshly body and origin energy. Currently, Xiong Quan had lost all his origin energy, and only his 9th-level body tempering cultivation remained. When the strength of his fleshly body exploded out, it was only comparable to the strength of one ancient mammoth. Even if he utilized a grade 7 spirit sword to amplify it, regardless of advanced sword force, Xiong Quan's strength was even inferior to the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. Xiong Quan. Duan Lingtian sighed, then looked at Xiong Quan who was leading the way on his horse and asked, Xiong Quan, what plans do you have? Xiong Quan took a deep breath when he heard this, then slowly said, Young master, with my current strength, I'm unable to help you with anything. I want to return to my hometown. Xiong Quan's tone contained slight bitterness mixed within. Then we'll send you back to your hometown first. Duan Lingtian nodded. He respected Xiong Quan's choice. He'd already made a resolution in his heart. In the future, he would surely help Xiong Quan repair his dantian. Repair his dantian. If someone knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking now, that person would surely curse Duan Lingtian as a madman, and feel that Duan Lingtian was indulging in wild fantasies. After all, if one's dantian was broken, then even if one consumed the best healing panacea in Cloud Continent, the grade 1 life recovery pill, it would still be powerless. This was a publicly acknowledged fact in Cloud Continent. If one's dantian was crippled, one's entire life would be ruined. This was an ironclad rule. However, as someone who had merged with the memories of Reincarnation Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian did not care about this ironclad rule. According to Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, it was not impossible to repair a broken dantian. At the very least, in Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, there were 2 ways to repair a broken dantian. The first way was to find a legendary medicinal herb called the Immortal Spirit Herb. The Immortal Spirit Herb only existed in legends, and even Reincarnation Emperor Wu had only heard of it, and had never seen it before. It was said that the Immortal Spirit Herb could even allow a person with a crippled body to regrow their limbs. Its medicinal strength could be said to be heaven-defying. The second way was to become a quasi-royal grade alchemist and refine the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill. The quasi-royal grade resurrection pill was a healing panacea that surpassed the grade 1 life recovery pill. In Cloud Continent, everyone only knew that the grade 1 life recovery pill was the best healing panacea. However, they did not know that Reincarnation Emperor Wu had long since refined the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill and the royal grade resurrection pill that were superior to the grade 1 life recovery pill. No matter how severe the injury was, as long as the heart did not stop beating, as long as the person consumed the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill, he could be saved. As for the royal grade resurrection pill, it was even more exaggerated. Even if the heart stopped beating, as long as it did not exceed an hour, the person could be saved with the royal grade resurrection pill. That immortal spirit herb is too elusive and unrealistic. Looks like I can only help Xiong Quan repair his dantian when I get to the foreign lands and obtain the great treasure that Reincarnation Emperor Wu left for his third lifetime. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The pile of treasures that Reincarnation Emperor Wu prepared for his third lifetime included the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill and the royal grade resurrection pill. After galloping for a month, Duan Lingtian's group finally arrived at Xiong Quan's hometown. Xiong Quan's hometown was located within a group of mountains, and it was a remote mountain village. Xiong Quan, you grew up here? Duan Lingtian looked at the remote village before him and couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. It was difficult for him to imagine that Xiong Quan, the former guardian of the Boundless sect, actually had such an ordinary background. Yes. Xiong Quan lightly smiled as he nodded, and he was slightly excited as he looked at the distant village. Duan Lingtian's group had just entered the village when someone noticed them. It's Uncle Xiong Quan. In next to no time, a 12 or 13-year-old youth with sharp eyes recognized Xiong Quan, and he cried out in surprise as he ran over. Uncle Xiong Quan, Uncle Xiong Quan. You are? Xiong Quan was stunned when he saw the youth that pounced into his embrace. Uncle Xiong Quan, don't you recognize me? I'm Er. The youth raised his head and looked at Xiong Quan with an excited expression. You're Eru? Xiong Quan was stunned for a moment, and he couldn't help but laugh as he rubbed the youth's little head. Eru, it's only been a few years and you've already grown so big. The youth laughed slyly. Uncle Xiong Quan, I was only 7 years old when you left last time. Is everyone in the village well? Xiong Quan asked. The youth hurriedly nodded. Everyone is well, it's just that I usually miss Uncle Xiong Quan. Humph, I want to be like Uncle Xiong Quan in the future, and become an outstanding martial artist. I want to enter the Boundless sect and become a grand guardian like Uncle Xiong Quan. The youth's naive and unaffected appearance caused Duan Lingtian, Li Fei, Zhang Shouyong, and Wang Qiong to be unable to refrain from laughing. Then you have to work hard. Xiong Quan smiled as he encouraged, yet a trace of loneliness flashed within the depths of his eyes. Xiong Quan. Uncle Xiong Quan. In next to no time, a group of people gushed out from the village, and they were incomparably enthusiastic. Looks like after Xiong Quan became the guardian of the Boundless sect, he didn't forget his hometown. These villagers all respect him from the bottom of their hearts. Chapter 356. Xiong Quan relied on his own hard work to grow from a mountain kid to a guardian of the Boundless sect. This was a surprising fact. Moreover, after Xiong Quan became a guardian of the Boundless sect, he was still able to remember his origins and take care of his hometown. This was something that was extremely hard to come by. It was admirable. It was precisely because of this that Xiong Quan was able to obtain the acknowledgement of the group of villagers in his hometown. Because of Xiong Quan, the group of villagers loved the house and its crow, and Duan Lingtian's group received warm hospitality in the village as well. After staying in the village for a few days and enjoying the countryside life for a while, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 prepared to leave. Before leaving, Duan Lingtian went to find Xiong Quan. Xiong Quan, this is the antidote. In the future, you don't have to worry that the poison in your body will relapse every half a year. This antidote is sufficient to eradicate the poison in your body. Duan Lingtian withdrew a medicinal pill and passed it to Xiong Quan. At that time, for the sake of controlling Xiong Quan, he tampered with the grade 9 spirit clearing pill. He gave Xiong Quan to consume and added poison. It was a type of slow-acting poison, and so long as one didn't consume the antidote to alleviate the poison after half a year, one would die without a doubt. Now Duan Lingtian passed the antidote to eradicate the poison to Xiong Quan. Thank you, young master. Xiong Quan took a deep breath and consumed the medicinal pill, then said sincerely, young master, in the future, when Xiong Quan isn't by your side, you must take good care of yourself and protect yourself. Young master doesn't have to feel guilty about Xiong Quan's matter. Everything is fate. Fate? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Xiong Quan, let me ask you, what is fate? Xiong Quan was speechless when he heard this. He didn't know how to explain. Xiong Quan, remember, you must not believe in the so-called fate. Now, although your Dantian is crippled, your advanced sword force is still present. Since you've opened the door of force, even if you don't have origin energy, you can similarly continue comprehending sword concept. Duan Lingtian slowly said to Xiong Quan, it's not important. Xiong Quan shook his head and smiled, looking extremely carefree. Without origin energy, so what if he comprehended sword concept? Only the sword in his hand was strong, and his attacks were strong. In terms of speed, he was no different from an ordinary 9th-level body-tempering martial artist. Xiong Quan, I know that your Dantian has been destroyed and you've lost all hope. However, I still have to tell you that I have a way to repair your Dantian. Duan Lingtian said to Xiong Quan with a solemn expression. What? Xiong Quan was frightened by Duan Lingtian's words. He was like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. Young master, you said you have a way to repair my destroyed Dantian? Is that true? The current Xiong Quan was no longer as calm and carefree as before. He was so excited that he lost his composure. The reason why he had pretended to be like that earlier was because he didn't want Duan Lingtian to worry and feel guilty. In fact, his heart had never walked out of the shadow of his Dantian being crippled. Over the past few years, Duan Lingtian did not treat him as a slave because he controlled him with drugs. Instead, he treated him like family, which made him feel grateful. Now, even without the control of drugs, he still tried his best to think for Duan Lingtian. You've been with me for a few years, have I ever spoken empty words? Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised by Xiong Quan's excitement. If they could choose, no one would choose to become a cripple. Xiong Quan's face flushed red when he obtained confirmation, and he was extremely excited. However, even though I have a way to help you repair your Dantian, I'm afraid it will still take some time. At least 5 or 6 years, at most 8 or 9 years, or even over 10 years. Duan Lingtian poured a bucket of cold water on Xiong Quan when he saw him so excited. However, Xiong Quan didn't mind and he grinned. Young master, I can wait. Duan Lingtian nodded and patted Xiong Quan on the shoulder. Then I'll be leaving first. No need to send me off. Properly comprehend your advanced sword force. With your comprehension ability, comprehending sword concept isn't a difficult thing. I hope that when I see you next time, you've already comprehended sword concept. Young master, I will. I absolutely won't disappoint you. Xiong Quan hurriedly nodded. Duan Lingtian smiled with satisfaction, then turned around and left to gather with Li Fei, Zhang Shouyong, and Wang Chong before leaving this remote mountain range together. Scoundrel, are you still thinking about Xiong Quan? Li Fei couldn't help but ask when she saw Duan Lingtian didn't speak all along the way. Duan Lingtian sighed. My responsibility for Xiong Quan falling to such an end isn't small. Li Fei held Duan Lingtian's hand and consoled. Don't blame yourself, you were powerless at that time as well. That withered old man was too strong. But Big Brother Zhang killing that withered old man can be considered to have helped Xiong Quan take revenge. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he looked at the young man on the other Fergana horse beside him. Big Brother Zhang, thank you. Zhang Shouyong shook his head and smiled. Brother Lingtian, you don't have to be courteous. That day when I saw you for the first time at Xianqian, I had a feeling of familiarity at first sight. The facts prove that our temperaments are compatible, and we're bound to become friends. Yeah. Wang Chong, who sat in front of Zhang Shouyong, nodded as well. Little sister Li Fei and I hit it off at first sight as well, and I've taken her to be my own little sister in my heart. You're not allowed to bully her in the future. Otherwise, I'm not a match for you, but I can ask Brother Yong to help me teach you a lesson. As she finished speaking, Wang Chong's tone had an extra sense of being protective. Then wouldn't I be eaten by this little girl for sure in the future? Duan Lingtian laughed exaggeratedly. Humph. Scoundrel. Let's see if you dare bully me in the future. Wang Qiong's words caused Li Fei to beam with delight, and her beautiful face was filled with complacency. In the following days, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 didn't walk quickly, and they toured the scenery all along the way as they headed towards the 7-star sword sect. Something worthy of mentioning was, when they were about to arrive at Black Bamboo City, Duan Lingtian's cultivation broke through once more. 9th level of the Origin Core stage. Presently, I've broken through to the 9th level of the Origin Core stage, and my strength is comparable to the strength of 131 ancient mammoths. Compared to an ordinary 9th level Origin Core stage martial artist, I possess the strength of 11 ancient mammoths more. The third form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the WYRM Python form, has finally attained perfection. The scope of effect of the quake energy has increased to the limit as well. So long as my opponent's strength doesn't exceed the strength of 100 ancient mammoths or more, I'm not afraid. Since he broke through, Duan Lingtian's mood had always been slightly surging. Lu Shurgu. Duan Lingtian's gaze flickered with cold lights, and a wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth. When we return this time, we should properly settle the debt you owe me. Lu Shurgu had heavily injured him that day, and even knocked him out. He'd always been ashamed of this. He hoped that one day, he'd be able to rely on his own strength to make Lu Shurgu repay it 10-fold, 100-fold. Now, although he hadn't broken through to the nascent soul stage after his cultivation stepped into the 9th level of the Origin Core stage, he was already unafraid of an ordinary 1st-level nascent soul stage martial artist. So long as Lu Shurgu hasn't broken through to the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage, then with my current strength it's sufficient to completely crush him. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and his eyes emitted a trace of yearning. After returning to his senses, Duan Lingtian smelled the fragrance of Li Fei's hair before him, and felt the strong wind that blew from his galloping horse, and his eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression was gentle like water. Presently, an entire year had already passed since he left the 7-star sword sect that day. This time, it wasn't only his cultivation that had broken through once more. Li Fei's cultivation had broken through half a month ago, breaking through to the 7th level of the Origin Core stage. Of course, the reason Li Fei's advancement was so swift and closely followed Duan Lingtian's footsteps was because she'd consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk that day. Now Li Fei's natural talent in the martial Dao was similar to Duan Lingtian, and they both arrived at the limit that a martial artist could attain. A year passed. Duan Lingtian was already 21 years old. Brother Lingtian, that city ahead is Black Bamboo City? Zhang Shouyang's gaze descended onto a small black dot in the distance as he slowly asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He knew that arriving at Black Bamboo City also meant that they were about to part ways with Zhang Shouyang and his wife. All along the way, he and Li Fei had formed a deep friendship with Zhang Shouyang and his wife. It was unavoidable that they were reluctant to part. Let's have a meal together after we arrive at Black Bamboo City. Zhang Shouyang looked at Duan Lingtian and Li Fei as he suggested. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei naturally had no objections. Little sister Li Fei, I'll surely come visit you with Brother Yong when I'm free in the future. Wang Qiong spoke to Li Fei with a face filled with tender affection. Big sister Wang Qiong, I'll miss you. Li Fei's beautiful eyes faintly had traces of mist as she spoke in a light voice. Duan Lingtian consoled Li Fei. Alright, all good things must come to an end, be happy. Not to mention, it's not like we won't have the chance to meet again in the future. Besides that, we still have to eat together in a while. Big sister Wang Qiong will feel uncomfortable seeing you like this. Li Fei lightly nodded and squeezed out a trace of a forced smile on her face. During this half a year of time, she and Wang Qiong felt like old friends at first sight and were close like sisters. Now that they were going to separate, they were naturally extremely reluctant. The small black dot in the distance gradually grew larger. Finally, it turned into a city. This city stood in the distance as if it had turned into a giant beast that swallowed the carriages and dragons in one gulp. After Duan Lingtian and the other 3 entered the city, they randomly found a restaurant and sat down by the window. Then it was time to order. Brother Lingtian, they seem to be looking at you? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian heard Zhang Shouyang's voice. Only then did Duan Lingtian realize that the group of guests in the restaurant were looking at him strangely. In fact, when he entered the city just now, he realized that some people looked at him as if they had seen money. Their eyes were shining and their faces were filled with greed. What's going on? Duan Lingtian had no idea what was going on. The Shi family mansion. Patriarch, I want to see the patriarch. An extremely fast figure dashed into the Shi family mansion and rushed all the way to the main hall of the Shi family mansion. Inside the Shi family hall. Recently, is there still no news of that Duan Lingtian? The old man in brocade clothes had a cold expression as he looked indifferently at the middle-aged man in front of him and asked. Chapter 357. Lord Xiaodou. Shirley had a bitter smile on his face. I asked someone to inquire about it at the 7-Star Sword Sect. 1 year ago, that Duan Lingtian left the 7-Star Sword Sect and hasn't returned until now. Xiaodou, the vice president of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Jade Magnolia Trading Company, an existence at the 6th level of the Void Prying stage. Even if he was the Shi clan's patriarch, he didn't dare be disrespectful in the slightest before Xiaodou. After all, even their Shi clan only had a single Void stage expert, and it was only a 1st-level Void Prying stage martial artist. If Hao wasn't killed by that Duan Lingtian, then with his natural talent, he would surely be able to become the 2nd Void stage expert of my Shi clan. When he thought up to here, Shirley's face sank. You've already told me about this yesterday. Xiaodou glanced indifferently at Shirley. Have you found out where he went? Shirley shook his head. Not for now. Don't worry, Lord Xiaodou. That Duan Lingtian crippled my daughter's cultivation and even killed my son. I surely am absolutely irreconcilable with him. So long as I have news of him, I'll surely notify Lord Xiaodou at the first possible moment. Xiaodou's arrival allowed Shirley to see the hope of taking revenge. In the past, although he knew that his son, Shi Hao, was killed by Duan Lingtian, he didn't dare act rashly. Because Duan Lingtian was an outstanding disciple of the 7-Star Sword Sect, and the Shi clan wouldn't allow him to take a risk for a personal enmity and bring a calamity to the Shi clan. However, some time ago, this vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, Xiaodou, held a portrait and came over in a threatening manner, allowing him to see hope. His daughter, Shi Yan, recognized with a glance that the young man in the portrait in Xiaodou's hand was precisely that Duan Lingtian. Thus he invited Xiaodou into the Shi clan estate, plotting a grand scheme of revenge. Duan Lingtian, you deserve death. You actually dared to kill Lord Xiaodou's only son. Cold lights flickered within Shirley's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Patriarch, patriarch. Right at this moment, a figure rushed into the main hall without any prior notice. Xiaodou frowned when he saw the Shi clan disciples directly trespassing, and he grunted coldly. Patriarch Shirley, looks like the rules of your Shi clan aren't much. Could it be that anyone can casually trespass into this Shi clan audience hall? Shirley was a little embarrassed. He looked at the Shi family disciple and asked in a low voice, Why are you in such a hurry? Patriarch. The Shi family disciple said excitedly, The person in the portrait has appeared. Pa. Just as Shirley's pupils constricted, Xiaodou, who was sitting to the side and had just picked up a teacup to drink tea, suddenly trembled and crushed the teacup in his hand. Xiaodou stood up and looked at the Shi clan disciple as he shouted in shock, You said the person in the portrait has appeared? The Shi family disciple hurriedly nodded. Yes, I saw him enter the city with my own eyes. Patriarch. Patriarch. At this moment, several figures flashed into the main hall. My cousin found the young man in the portrait in Quiet Elegance restaurant. My friend noticed it too. I saw it with my own eyes. These Shi family disciples were similar to the Shi family disciple from before. They had all come to inform the patriarch. Good, good. Xiaodou laughed loudly as an imposing aura soared from his body. Although he didn't intentionally extend it out, it still caused the Shi family disciples present to go ghastly pale and shiver. Guang. Father will go take revenge for you right now. Xiaodou's voice was like a thunderclap, and it shook the main hall to the point it seemed as if it was shaking. After eating and drinking their fill, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 left the restaurant and galloped their horses out of Black Bamboo City. On the way, Duan Lingtian's brows knit. His spiritual force told him that there were many people spying on him from the shadows and following him now. Brother Ling Tian, I've heard of the 7 great sword peaks of the 7-star sword sect as well. Qiong and I will send you to the entrance of the 7-star sword sect, and take a look at the elegance of the 7 great sword peaks. How about it? Zhang Shouyong looked at Duan Lingtian and lightly smiled as he spoke. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded and lightly smiled, and his smile contained gratitude mixed within. He knew clearly in his heart. Zhang Shouyong had surely noticed the people following him, and that was why he made such a decision. Then let's go slower. I still have to chat with big sister Wang Qiong, and I don't know when we'll meet again. Li Fei's beautiful eyes flashed and were suffused with a sheen of reluctance as she suggested. Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong nodded. The group of 4 and 2 Fergana horses walked out of Black Bamboo City and headed directly towards the 7-star sword sect. Because of Li Fei's suggestion, Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong intentionally slowed down their speed and didn't gallop wildly. Li Fei and Wang Qiong chatted to their heart's content before they left, and they laughed and talked to their heart's content. Black Bamboo City wasn't far from the 7-star sword sect, and even if they slowed down, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 had already traveled half the distance after half an hour. The 7-star sword sect really deserves its reputation. Zhang Shouyong looked at the 7 sword peaks that stood in the distance and couldn't help but praise. I heard long ago that the 7-star sword sect has 7 great sword peaks, and it's a great spectacle in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Now that I've seen it today, it deserves its reputation. Wang Qiong nodded in deep agreement. Perhaps any one of the 7 great sword peaks was inferior to the solitary peak near the ancient city of Everlast. However, when the 7 sword peaks gathered together and stood there for a long time, it brought about a kind of visual shock to others. The 7 great sword peaks were like 7 sharp swords that charged into the sky. It seemed as if they wanted to pierce 7 holes in the sky. Right at this moment, thump, 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 thump. A string of dense sounds of horse hooves interrupted Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong, who were admiring the 7 sword peaks. Zhang Shouyong's face sank and a cold light flashed within his eyes. A trace of displeasure appeared on Wang Qiong's beautiful face as well. When Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong turned their horses around, they could see over 10 tall horses dashing over with the 3 Fergana horses in the lead, and their target was directly at them. Halt! Halt! In next to no time, the people that sat on the over 10 tall horses surrounded Duan Lingtian's group of 4, and they seemed to have transformed into a heaven-encompassing net that caused Duan Lingtian's group of 4 to have no place to escape. Shi Yan. Li Fei's gaze was sharp, and she noticed the young woman following by the side of the dignified middle-aged man with a glance. The young woman's features were warped and savage, and her triangular eyes flickered with a gloomy sheen. It was precisely the former 7-star sword sect's Arcade Peak disciple Shi Yan. The Shi Yan that had her cultivation crippled by Duan Lingtian. The younger sister of the former number 1 disciple in the 7-star sword sect's outer court, Shi Hao Shi Yan. Bitch. Shi Yan looked at Li Fei, and her triangular eyes emitted frightening icy coldness. Today you and your man will die. Crippling my cultivation and killing my brother. None of you can escape. Shi Yan's voice was filled with gloomy coldness. Clean your mouth. Wang Qiong's beautiful face went grim when she heard Shi Yan insulting Li Fei, and she said in a low voice, "What does me insulting this bitch have to do with you?" Shi Yan glanced coldly at Wang Qiong and grunted, "You and your man can only blame yourselves for being unlucky today, actually walking together with these 2 jinxes. All of you are bound to be dragged down by them. You mean you want to kill the 4 of us?" Zhang Shouyong, who sat behind Wang Qiong, had a calm expression as he asked indifferently. Right when Shi Yan intended to speak. "Exactly, all 3 of you will be buried with this Duan Lingtian today." An aged voice that contained extreme coldness and indifference sounded out, and it was an old man in embroidered clothes that sat on a Fergana horse that spoke. Presently, this group of people seemed to have taken this old man as their leader. This person, Duan Lingtian looked at the old man in embroidered clothes and frowned, as he kept having the feeling that the old man was slightly familiar, but he could be sure that he'd never seen this old man before. If he'd seen him before, it would be impossible for him to not have any impression of him. Relying on his formidable spiritual force and the lifetime experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian was able to discern that the old man's cultivation ought to be at the 6th level of the void prying stage. Zhang Shouyang's calm face sank slightly when he heard the old man. Avoid prying stage martial artist dared talk nonsense before him? Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, the dignified middle-aged man by Shi Yan's side glared angrily at Duan Lingtian and said coldly, "You first crippled my daughter's cultivation, then killed my son. Sure, how? Today I surely will make your blood splatter on the spot." "You're sure, house father?" Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the dignified middle-aged man. Then his gaze descended onto the old man in embroidered clothes. "You're taking revenge for sure how as well?" Duan Lingtian. "This is Lord Xiaodou. Lord Xiaodou is the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company. I truly never imagined that you actually dared kill Lord Xiaodou's son. You're simply audacious to the extreme." The old man in embroidered clothes hadn't spoken when Shirley had already sneered. "Jade Magnolia Trading Company's vice president? Xiaodou?" Duan Lingtian frowned, and he seemed to have heard of it somewhere. "Scoundrel, Black Wind City," Li Fei reminded. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding as he recalled. At that time when he just left the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City, and passed by Black Wind City at the border between the Crimson Sky Kingdom and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he participated in an auction. After the auction ended, there was once a person who spied on the infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse he'd won. Later on, that person and the two old men by his side were all killed by Xiong Quan. That person seemed to be the person in charge of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company in Black Wind City. "You're Xiaoguang's father?" Duan Lingtian looked at the old man in embroidered clothes, as he clearly remembered the name of that person from that day. "Exactly, I'm Xiaoguang's father, Xiaodou." Xiaodou's gaze was exceedingly icy cold and contained boundless killing intent. "Looks like you still remember my son that was killed by you. I've searched for you for an entire year and finally found clues related to you in Black Bamboo City. Looks like even the heavens want me to take revenge for my son." As he finished speaking, Xiaodou's face flushed red and he was extremely excited. He stared at Duan Lingtian with a gaze as if he was looking at a dead person. "Xiaodou, you're the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company at any rate. Could it be that you don't want to know why I killed your son that day?" Duan Lingtian looked at Xiaodou and asked with a low voice. At that time, if it wasn't for Xiaoguang arousing covetous intentions towards the infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse in his possession, and colluding with the members of the Ma clan auction house to kill them and seize the infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse, he wouldn't have asked Xiong Quan to kill Xiaoguang. As far as he was concerned, all of this was something Xiaoguang brought upon himself. Chapter 358. Xiaodou grunted coldly when he heard Duan Lingtian, then said with a gloomy face, "I don't care why you killed my son. I only know that no matter who it is, if you dare kill my son, then you must be prepared to pay with blood. Even if the Heavenly Emperor kills my son, I, Xiaodou, will tear him apart. Even if your son was in the wrong, even if your son aroused killing intent first. You don't care? Don't you think that you didn't teach your son well?" Duan Lingtian looked at Xiaodou with a gaze that went slightly colder. Yes. Cold lights flickered within Xiaodou's eyes as he said with a grim voice, "Even if my son commits all sorts of crimes, no one can touch him. Because he's the son of I, Xiaodou, the son of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's vice president." Haha. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh loudly when he heard Xiaodou. As expected, like son like father. He's the son of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's vice president. Could it be that his life is more precious than the lives of others? Of course. In my eyes, my son's life is priceless. As for others, at least you, Duan Lingtian's life in the eyes of I, Xiaodou, is no different than lowly grass. Xiaodou's voice contained traces of ruthlessness mixed within. No different than lowly grass? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a cold light. If he had the strength to kill Xiaodou now, he wouldn't hesitate in the slightest to kill Xiaodou. Do you really think that the life of your son is precious, but the lives of others aren't? No different than lowly grass. Zhang Shouyang looked at Xiaodou and shouted coldly. Presently, the eyes of this young man with a calm expression had an additional trace of rage. "Who do you think you are to dare be presumptuous before Lord Xiaodou?" The Shi clan's patriarch Shirley's face sank. He who intended to show off in front of Xiaodou, pushed off from his horse, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed towards Zhang Shouyong. Whoosh! At the same time that Shirley flashed out, 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air in the sky half-step void stage. When they saw Shirley shout out explosively before charging towards Zhang Shouyong, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Li Fei was stunned as well. In their opinion, Shirley was simply courting death. A half-step void realm expert was considered strong in their eyes, but in Big Brother Zhang's eyes, he was no different from an ant. After all, even a first-level void initiation stage expert like Withered Old Man was killed by Zhang Shouyong in the blink of an eye. A mere half-step void stage martial artist that hadn't even stepped into the void prying stage was utterly not worth mentioning before Zhang Shouyong. Wang! Like a bolt of lightning, a spiritual saber suddenly appeared in Shirley's hand. Saber light swirled around it, resplendent and gorgeous. For a time, another 400-plus ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Shirley. A 7th-grade spirit saber. Shirley's hand trembled. In the blink of an eye. Wang! 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 The Grade 7 spirit saber in Shirley's hand instantly transformed into saber rays that filled the sky, forming a saber net that swept toward Zhang Shouyong in an imposing manner. Wang Qiong, who was in front of Zhang Shouyong, had become his first target. If he wanted to injure Zhang Shouyong, then he must first deal with Wang Qiong this obstacle. Although Wang Qiong's cultivation was only at the 9th level of the body tempering stage and didn't possess the slightest origin energy, she didn't have the slightest trace of fear when facing the saber net that was formed from saber lights that filled the sky that accompanied Shirley. Her expression was calm, as if she utterly didn't take the scene before her seriously, because she knew that she had a formidable backer by her side. So long as this backer was here, she would be fine. This Shirley is dead for sure. When he saw Shirley make a move against Wang Qiong, Duan Lingtian had already sentenced Shirley to death in his heart. Just like how Li Fei was his reverse scale, Wang Qiong was similarly Zhang Shouyong's reverse scale. This Shirley actually dared make a move against Wang Qiong? He was simply courting death. As if it was reflecting Duan Lingtian's thoughts, Zhang Shouyong, who sat behind Wang Qiong, had a gloomy expression at the instant Shirley made a move and executed saber lights that filled the sky that swept towards Wang Qiong. You're courting death. Zhang Shouyong's cold voice carried along frightening killing intent as it entered into the ears of everyone present, and it caused everyone to feel a chill run down their spines. In the next moment, swoosh, everyone only heard an ear-piercing howl of the wind, and it was accompanied by a string of explosions that were like thunderclaps. At practically the exact same moment, bang! Everyone clearly saw that the body of Shirley, who charged over menacingly, stopped in midair, and in the blink of an eye, it exploded, causing blood and flesh to fly out in all directions, and not a single complete piece of his body could be seen. Obviously, he'd been struck by an extremely terrifying force. Silence. The scene was deathly silent. At this moment, including the Magnolia Trading Company's vice president, Xiaodou, the group of people that surrounded Duan Lingtian's group of 4 seemed as if their throats were tightly gripped by someone, and their faces flushed red. Numerous pairs of eyes contained a sheen of extreme astonishment mixed within. An existence at the half-step void stage was directly blasted to death in an instant before they had the time to react? Duan Lingtian looked at this scene calmly, and he wasn't surprised in the slightest. What a joke! This Big Brother Zhang was a formidable existence at the 2nd level of the void initiation stage. A mere half-step void stage martial artist dared be presumptuous before Big Brother Zhang. He was simply courting death. Li Fei's beautiful face was slightly pale, and she was terrified by Zhang Shouyong's ability. Although she didn't clearly see how Zhang Shouyong attacked, she saw the scene of Shirley's body being blasted apart by the terrifying force. Shirley didn't even have the time to let out a shrill cry when he was killed. Everything happened too quickly. Quickly to the point it caused one to be shocked. Father! Shi Yan looked at the incomplete corpses that covered the ground, and her body lightly trembled as her triangular eyes flickered with despair and astonishment, and she had an expression of disbelief. Her father died just like that? No. Impossible. For a time Shi Yan was slightly dazed, whereas the others were jolted awake by Shi Yan now. Hiss! 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 Numerous sounds of cold air being inhaled rose and fell, and it set off the atmosphere at the scene to be slightly oppressive. Even Xiaodou, the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, and in existence at the 6th level of the void prying stage, had traces of fear in his eyes when he looked at Zhang Shouyong now. He was utterly unable to clearly see how this young man attacked earlier. Too swift. Swift to the point his eyes were unable to catch sight of it. Xiaodou understood that this was a dangerous figure. Xiaodou's heart sank, and he looked at Zhang Shouyong and cupped his hands. Sir, I'm the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company. Xiaodou, today is a personal enmity between me and this Duanling Tian, so I hope that you don't interfere. I, Xiaodou, and even the entire Jade Magnolia Trading Company owe you a favor. Now Xiaodou used the Jade Magnolia Trading Company to pressure Zhang Shouyong, and he wanted to make Zhang Shouyong have misgivings and retreat in the face of difficulties. As far as Xiaodou was concerned, the Jade Magnolia Trading Company still had a certain degree of pressure in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. But unfortunately, Xiaodou was bound to be disappointed. Jade Magnolia Trading Company? Duanling Tian knew Xiaodou's intentions when he heard Xiaodou, and he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Could it be that Xiaodou thinks that big brother Zhang would be afraid of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company behind him? Moreover, Duanling Tian looked at Xiaodou, and the corners of his mouth held a ridiculing smile. A vice president like you dares to threaten to represent the entire Jade Magnolia Trading Company? Laughable. You. Xiaodou's face sank as cold lights shot out from his eyes, and he wished for nothing more than to directly kill Duanling Tian. However, the young man that caused him to be extremely fearful had yet to state his position. No matter how much he hated Duanling Tian, he could only grit his teeth and endure it, not daring to make a move. The young man's strength was too terrifying. According to his estimations, the young man was at least at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above. It was far from something he could compare to. Humph. Finally, Zhang Shouyong gave Xiaodou a reply, and he grunted coldly. Right when Xiaodou didn't know what Zhang Shouyong meant, he saw Zhang Shouyong move, vanishing on the Fergana horse into thin air. In the next moment, an ear-piercing and awe-inspiring howl of the wind swept out in all directions. He was able to vaguely see that there were 3 enormous silhouettes flying and moving in the sky, and in the blink of an eye, they made a circle in the sky. When these 3 enormous silhouettes entered into Zhang Shouyong's eyes, it caused his face to become exceedingly ghastly pale. Second level of the Void Initiation Stage. As a 6th level Void Prying Stage martial artist, he was able to clearly sense that this young man hadn't exerted his concept, and he'd only purely utilized his origin energy to mobilize his strength, the strength of 3 ancient horned dragons. This was the symbol of a 2nd level Void Initiation Stage martial artist. This young man was a Void Initiation Stage martial artist. Whoosh! It was like a gust of wind blew past, and in the blink of an eye Zhang Shouyong appeared before Xiaodou. Whereas now besides Xiaodou and Shi Yan, not a single one of the other 10+ people were still alive. All of them were killed by Zhang Shouyong. From the moment Zhang Shouyong made a move until he appeared before the old man, it only took the time of a single breath. In the time of a single breath, he swept out in all directions and killed over 10 people. Zhang Shouyong used his actions to illustrate how terrifying a Void Initiation Stage martial artist was. So strong. Duanling Tian took a deep breath, and his eyes contained slight yearning mixed within, yearning towards the Void Initiation Stage. No. Meanwhile, the nearby Shi Yan, who was dumbstruck, finally recovered from her shock, and as she looked at the corpses that covered the ground, her face went ghastly pale as her legs went weak and she collapsed to the ground. Her triangular eyes flickered with boundless astonishment and despair. The reason she'd appeared here today was because she wanted to see Duanling Tian being killed with her own 2 eyes. She'd even decided in her heart that once Duanling Tian was killed by the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, she would tear Duanling Tian's corpse into pieces, as only in this way would she be able to vent the hatred in her heart. But now, all of this was bound to become her fantasy. Why is it like this? Why does this Duanling Tian have such a formidable backer by his side? Why? The heavens are unfair. The heavens are unfair. Shi Yan clenched her fists tightly, and her triangular eyes flickered with unwillingness. Her twisted and sinister facial features were now completely twisted together. You said you wanted to kill my brother earlier? Zhang Shouyang's gaze descended onto Xiaodou as he asked with a calm tone. Chapter 359. Sir, who exactly are you? Xiaodou took a deep breath and looked at Zhang Shouyang as he asked. Subsequently, he suppressed the terror in his heart and slowly said, perhaps the clan or sect you're from has some relationship with our Jade Magnolia Trading Company. His words had an additional intention of admitting defeat. Jade Magnolia Trading Company? The corners of Zhang Shouyang's mouth curled into a wisp of disdain as he said indifferently, sorry, I've never heard of it. Never heard of it? Xiaodou's face instantly flushed red as if someone had choked him. He naturally thought that Zhang Shouyang said this intentionally. Although the Jade Magnolia Trading Company couldn't be considered to be the top trading company in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, it was renowned far and wide. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised. According to his knowledge, although Zhang Shouyang had stayed in the ancient city of Everlast for a few years, besides having some understanding of the 7 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Zhang Shouyang hadn't paid attention to the other powers. Suddenly, whoosh! In the sky above Zhang Shouyang, 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared once more, spiraling down as they bared their fangs and brandished their claws, and they brought an extremely oppressive feeling to others. Xiaodou's face went ghastly pale when he saw this scene, and his eyes emitted terror. Since you said repeatedly that you want to kill my brother, then I'll send you on your way first, and remove any worries for my brother. Zhang Shouyang spoke word by word, and every word he spat out seemed to have transformed into a heavy hammer that smashed onto Xiaodou's chest, causing Xiaodou's face to go even more ghastly pale. In the end, it completely shattered Xiaodou's will. Thump! Xiaodou's body crashed down and actually knelt on the ground. Then he lowered his noble head and said with a slightly trembling voice, Sir, spare me. I was only joking earlier. That unfilial son of mine actually dared offend Sir, your brother. He deserves to die 100 times. Sir, it's I who didn't teach my son well. It's I who didn't teach my son well. The current Xiaodou didn't have the arrogance of a 6th-level void-prying stage martial artist as the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company. The current him was like a dog that wagged its tail and begged for mercy. Before death, he'd completely abandoned his dignity. Just for the sake of surviving. Vice President Xiaodou, you didn't say that earlier? A wisp of a ridiculing smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth, and he looked down upon Xiaodou from the bottom of his heart. A dignified 6th-level void-prying stage martial artist, the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, for the sake of survival, had given up the dignity a martial artist ought to possess as a person. Such a person was pathetic. Brother Duan, I was just joking with you, Really. When Xiaodou heard Duan Lingtian's words, he suppressed the flames of rage that were on the verge of bursting out from the depths of his heart, and spoke hurriedly. Joking? Duan Lingtian's gaze was slightly cold. Soon after, he strangely smiled, since Vice President Xiaodou likes to joke so much. Big Brother Zhang, I think you can joke with Vice President Xiaodou. I think Vice President Xiaodou won't mind. Vice President Xiaodou, right? Yes. Xiaodou hurriedly nodded. At this moment, how could he dare say no? When Zhang Shouyang heard Duan Lingtian's words, he understood Duan Lingtian's intentions, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. Vice President Xiaodou, right? Zhang Shouyang asked indifferently. My lord, just call me Xiaodou, Xiaodou had an expression of panic and lost composure. You like to joke, right? Zhang Shouyang asked again. I do. Xiaodou hurriedly nodded and didn't dare hesitate. Very good. Zhang Shouyang nodded. Then he raised his hand and pressed it down on Xiaodou's head. At the same time that Xiaodou's body shivered, Zhang Shouyang slowly said, Then I'll joke with you. See if I can make your head explode by slightly urging my origin energy. Xiaodou was already trembling with fear, and when he heard Zhang Shouyang, he lost his composure and directly fell limp on the ground. Then he said with a trembling voice, Spare me, my lord, spare me. I can't take this joke, I can't take it. Zhang Shouyang's gaze went cold and he lost the intention to continue teasing Xiaodou. and the origin energy on his right hand skyrocketed. No. Xiaodo's gaze was sharp and just happened to see this scene, causing his face to go grim. His limbs pushed off from the ground as his figure shook, and he seemed to have transformed into an eagle that flashed out with the intention of fleeing. In the sky, 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out along with him. But would he be able to flee? Want to flee? The corners of Zhang Shouyong's mouth curled into a cold smile, and in practically an instant, a layer of earthen yellow light barrier appeared on the surface of his body. In the sky above him, 6 ancient horned dragon silhouettes competed to dance as they appeared. Swoosh! In the eyes of Duan Lingtian, Zhang Shouyong's entire body had instantly fused into one with the earth and vanished on the spot. At the same time that Zhang Shouyong, who'd utilized his third-level earth concept, vanished before the eyes of Duan Lingtian, he'd appeared over 10 meters away and easily obstructed Xiaodo, who intended to flee. Bang! Zhang Shouyong's palm descended, his origin energy skyrocketed, and the edges of his origin energy faintly contained traces of an earthen yellow glow. Obviously, Zhang Shouyong had utilized his third-level earth concept in this palm strike. Bang! The palm strike that contained the strength of 6 ancient horned dragons descended onto Xiaodo's chest, and it emitted an enormous bang. Instantly, Xiaodo followed in the footsteps of the Shi clan's patriarch, Shi Li, and his body exploded apart to transform into incomplete corpses that covered the sky and scattered everywhere. He was deader than dead. Shi Yan. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian heard a delicate shout sound out by his ears, and subsequently, Li Fei, who sat before him, flashed out. Only now did Duan Lingtian notice that Shi Yan actually wanted to flee as well. Swish! Li Fei's figure flashed out gracefully and caught up to Shi Yan in the blink of an eye, and the 3-foot-long blade in her hand pierced through Shi Yan's back and passed through her body. Li Fei's gaze was extremely calm when she saw Shi Yan die before her eyes. Shi Yan deserved death. The 10+ people that came menacingly earlier were now scattered all over the place, and all of them were dead. I just happened to return that Fergana horse to all of you. Zhang Shouyong spoke as he pulled over the 2 Fergana horses that were his spoils of the battle, and he and Wang Qiong each sat on one. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Li Fei rode on the 2 Fergana horses as well. The 4 of them headed towards the 7-star sword sect together. The incident that occurred earlier didn't affect the mood of Duan Lingtian's group of 4. And the 4 of them chatted and laughed all along the way as they rode the Fergana horses forward slowly. But unfortunately, all good things must come to an end. Unknowingly, the 4 of them had arrived at the foot of the 7-star sword sect's main peak, Dubhe Peak. Outside the 7-star sword sect, Brother Lingtian's sister-in-law will meet again someday. Zhang Shouyong lightly smiled to Duan Lingtian and Li Fei as he bid his farewells. We'll meet again someday. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. Big sister Wang Qiong, if you and big brother Zhang are free in the future, you must come see me. Li Fei looked at Wang Qiong with a reluctant expression. Of course, Wang Qiong lightly nodded, and her eyes contained reluctance mixed within. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei withdrew their gazes when they saw Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong's figures vanish before them. Then they turned their horses around and headed towards the stable behind the sect. The 2 of them had only just entered the stable when they saw a young man come over to greet them. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, senior sister Li Fei. It was precisely Mou. After not seeing him for a year, Mou had matured quite a bit. Mou, you've broken through to the 3rd level of the origin core stage? Duan Lingtian glanced at Mou with a surprised expression. I remember that you were only at the 1st level of the origin core stage a year ago. How did you improve so quickly? Senior brother Duan Lingtian, you're able to discern my cultivation? Mou was dumbstruck. Senior brother Duan Lingtian was covered in dust and had obviously just returned from outside, so it was impossible for him to know his current cultivation beforehand. In other words, senior brother Duan Lingtian was able to discern it. Duan Lingtian gave Mou a mysterious smile, then descended from the horse and helped Li Fei down. Then he said to Mou, I'll leave our horses to you. Take this, it's a small token of my appreciation. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he withdrew a large stack of silver. An entire 1 million silver was passed over to Mou. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I can't accept this. Mou shook his head and laughed foolishly. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Mou, then asked curiously, "Aren't you taking care of the horses here and acting as a coachman for the sake of getting a little more salary? This money is sufficient to cover your salary for many years of working here, why don't you want it?" Mou rubbed the back of his head. "My mother told me that I have to rely on my own hard work to earn money. I don't accept a reward that's not deserved. Take it, just treat it as your salary for helping us take care of the Fergana horses," Duan Lingtian continued. Seeing that Mou still didn't accept it, he immediately glared. "If you don't accept it, then you're looking down on me." Seeing that Duan Lingtian had spoken to this extent, Mou could only accept it with a face full of gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother Duan Lingtian. Your talent is not bad, work hard. I hope to see the day when you shine." Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled at Mou. Then he held Li Fei's hand and left the stable, following the mountain path towards Dubhe Peak. "Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I definitely won't let you down." Grasping the silver in his hand, Mou's face was solemn, and his gaze was firm as iron. "Little Feier, let's go back. I've abducted you for over a year. Elder Bai is surely anxious. You've been on the road for half a day, and you're tired, have a good rest." Duan Lingtian sent Li Fei to the side of the chain bridge that led to Alcade Peak, then helped Li Fei comb her beautiful hair as he spoke gently. "Okay." Li Fei nodded meekly, then stepped onto the chain bridge and slowly left. Duan Lingtian withdrew his gaze when he saw Li Fei's figure vanishing before his eyes. He didn't return to Migres Peak, but instead headed towards the peak of Dubhe Peak. Some things had to be faced sooner or later. "Lu Shurgu." A wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. After arriving at the trade hall at the peak of Dubhe Peak, Duan Lingtian didn't notice Lu Shurji's whereabouts, so he walked towards an inner court disciple and asked, "Senior brother, do you know where Lu Shurji's place of cultivation is?" This inner court disciple turned around, and his pupils constricted when he saw Duan Lingtian. He obviously recognized Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. The inner court disciple took a deep breath. When Duan Lingtian was heavily injured and knocked unconscious by Lu Shurgu, he was present as well. Now, after Duan Lingtian vanished without a trace for a year, he took the initiative to look for Lu Shurgu. His goal was obvious: to take revenge on Lu Shurgu. Chapter 360. Duan Lingtian Yu. The inner court disciple hadn't finished speaking when his pupils abruptly constricted, and his gaze descended behind Duan Lingtian, as if he'd seen something that caused him to be terrified. Subsequently, he didn't wait for Duan Lingtian to react and hurriedly walked away. It was as if staying by Duan Lingtian's side for a moment longer would cause him to suffer some sort of calamity. The inner court disciple's actions caused Duan Lingtian to be stunned, and then he turned around. When his gaze moved to the distance, he noticed two people were ascending the peak of Dubhe Peak side by side. Lu Shurgu. I really didn't waste any effort. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile. The people that appeared before him now were precisely Lu Shurgu and Fan Jian. Meanwhile, Lu Shurgu and Fan Jian noticed Duan Lingtian as well, and after they approached, Lu Shurji's eyes emitted piercingly cold lights as he said with a cold and indifferent voice, "Duan Lingtian." In this past year, he hadn't heard any news related to Duan Lingtian, and knew that Duan Lingtian was still outside and hadn't returned to the Seven-Star Sword sect. The more it was like this, the more uneasy he felt in his heart. He was worried that Duan Lingtian had stayed outside for too long, and when he returned, Duan Lingtian's cultivation would have far surpassed his. After all, Duan Lingtian's natural talent was there for all to see. After another 2 or 3 years, Duan Lingtian would have matured, and it would be impossible for him to be a match for Duan Lingtian. Now, when he saw Duan Lingtian had returned, at the same time that he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, killing intent towards Duan Lingtian arose once more. As far as he was concerned, only by killing Duan Lingtian would he be able to have no worries. Lu Shurgu. When faced with Lu Shurji's provocation, Duan Lingtian wasn't outdone, and his eyes emitted a frightening cold light. He'd ascended the peak of Dubhe Peak today precisely for the sake of looking for Lu Shurgu. Now Lu Shurgu had walked right into his trap and allowed him to save some effort. Humph! Duan Lingtian, you were seriously injured and knocked unconscious by my big brother Lu last time. How dare you be so arrogant in front of my big brother Lu today? Fan Jian sneered, pretending to be someone else. Fan Jian. Duan Lingtian calmly swept a glance at Fan Jian, a mischievous smile dancing in his eyes. Do you think that with this Lu Shirgu around, I can't do anything to you? You. Fan Jian's expression changed slightly. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back, afraid that Duan Lingtian would suddenly attack him. Duan Lingtian was about to make fun of Fan Jian. His sensitive psychic power suddenly trembled. He discovered that Lu Shirgu had once again launched a sneak attack on him. Lu Shirji's entire person seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind, sweeping over. Duan Lingtian's gaze turned slightly cold. His face sank, and his legs trembled as he barely dodged Lu Shirji's palm whoosh. Lu Shirji's palm practically brushed past Duan Lingtian's clothes as it flashed past. Duan Lingtian, your natural talent is indeed not bad. It's only been a year. Yet you've actually already broken through to the 9th level of the origin core stage. A wisp of a strange smile appeared on the corners of Lu Shirji's mouth, as he gazed at the 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes that appeared above Duan Lingtian. His sneak attack from before was only for the sake of probing Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Duan Lingtian to dodge. Do you think everyone is like you, not improving in the slightest after a year has passed? Duan Lingtian said in disdain. 9th level of the origin core stage. The commotion caused by the conflict between Duan Lingtian and Lu Shirgu was great. In next to no time, the crowd of 7-star sword sect inner court disciples near the trade hall at the peak of Dubhe Peak all gathered around to watch the show. It's that Duan Lingtian. This Duan Lingtian has vanished without a trace for a year. And he's finally come out. This Duan Lingtian has actually broken through to the 9th level of the origin core stage. His natural talent is truly monstrous. Yeah, with such natural talent, it wouldn't be difficult for him to surpass senior brother Lu Shirgu in another year or 2. Looks like senior brother Lu Shirgu has really brought great trouble upon himself. The crowd of inner court disciples whispered in discussion. As far as they were concerned, so long as Duan Lingtian didn't ascend the life and death arena and properly cultivated for another year or 2, at that time, he would absolutely be able to easily crush Lu Shirgu. Now he was still slightly lacking. When the inner court disciples' words entered into Lu Shirji's ears, it caused Lu Shirji's face to sink, and his eyes had cold lights that were awe-inspiring. What he was most worried about was this. Duan Lingtian. Lu Shirji's ghastly gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and he said in a low voice, I've long since heard that your ability to defeat someone stronger than you is not bad. Now that you've broken through to the 9th level of the origin core stage, I presume you wouldn't even be afraid of a first-level nascent soul stage martial artist, right? When he heard Lu Shirgu, Duan Lingtian said indifferently, a first-level nascent soul stage martial artist? I don't know about others, but I'm naturally not afraid of you, Lu Shirgu. Good. Lu Shirgu started laughing arrogantly and willfully. Since it's like this, then do you Duan Lingtian dare to ascend the life and death arena and fight to the death with me, Lu Shirgu? Life and death arena. As soon as Lu Shirgu said this, the surrounding crowd of inner court disciples burst into an uproar. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Why do I have to ascend the life and death arena with you? Lu Shirgu frowned, then took a step forward and provoked coldly. What? You Duan Lingtian, the renowned genius in the martial Tao of our 7-star sword sect. The genius in the martial Tao that's able to defeat someone stronger than you. Now that you've broken through to the 9th level of the origin core stage, you still don't dare ascend the life and death arena to battle me. A first-level nascent soul stage martial artist? Earlier, who was it that said he wasn't afraid of me? A first-level nascent soul stage martial artist. What? Now that you heard I'm inviting you to ascend the life and death arena to battle, you're afraid? As he looked at Duan Lingtian, whose expression became even more unsightly, the mocking smile on the corners of Lu Shirji's mouth grew even wider. Looks like some people are only formidable with their mouths. At the critical moment they're instead terrified. So long as you agree to my life and death arena agreement, I can agree to Lu Shirji's life and death arena agreement. But I, Duan Lingtian, want to ascend the life and death arena to battle you, Fan Jian. After our battle, I'll ascend the life and death arena to battle Lu Shige. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Fan Jian. You. Fan Jian's face sank as he glared at the inner court disciple that gave this suggestion. Then his gaze once again descended onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, don't forget, it's Big Brother Lu that invited you to ascend the life and death arena to battle today. As they say, first come first serve. I, Fan Jian, won't compete with Big Brother Lu. Haha. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh loudly. Fan Jian, I, Duan Lingtian, have seen many shameless people in my entire life. But I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Before you, they aren't even worthy to carry your shoes. Duan Lingtian's words that seemed to be praise instead caused Fan Jian to feel it to be incomparably ear-piercing when it entered Fan Jian's ears. The surrounding crowd of inner court disciples couldn't help but emit a wave of laughter. They deeply agreed with what Duan Lingtian said now. If you don't dare, then you don't dare. You're still speaking in such a dignified manner. Do you, Fan Jian, really think that the senior brothers present are unable to discern your cowardice and weakness? Laughable. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a mocking smile, and his words were sharp. Duan Lingtian. Looks like you don't dare accept Big Brother Lu's life and death arena agreement. Chapter 361. Lu Shige, who watched coldly from the sidelines for a while, spoke out once more, as if he was cooperating with Fan Jian. Duan Lingtian, even if you don't ascend the life and death arena, even if I can't kill you, I, Lu Shige, won't let you have an easy time. I'll slowly torture you and even... Although Lu Shige hadn't finished speaking, but the gloomy gaze that descended onto Duan Lingtian's dantian undoubtedly told everyone what he wanted to say, yet didn't. He would cripple Duan Lingtian's dantian. For a time, many inner court disciples looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes that contained a sense of pity. Although the Seven-Star Sword sect prohibited disciples from killing each other in private and even crippling each other's dantians, but accidents couldn't be avoided when martial artists fought. Even if Lu Shige really crippled Duan Lingtian's dantian, he could say it was an accident. At that time, the Seven-Star Sword sect would at most give Lu Shige some insignificant punishment. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian would be destroyed. Right at this moment, a cold voice abruptly sounded out. Lu Shige, if you dare have any ideas about Duan Lingtian's dantian, I'll surely cripple you. Along with this voice sounding out, the gazes of everyone, including Duan Lingtian, shot towards the source of the voice. A young man with a cold expression was slowly stepping onto the peak of Dubhe Peak, and his cold gaze stared at Lu Shige. It's senior brother Zheng Song. It was senior brother Zheng Song that took away the unconscious Duan Lingtian the other day. Looks like he has a good relationship with Duan Lingtian. Nonsense. If it wasn't for their relationship being good, would senior brother Zheng Song stand up for Duan Lingtian? Supposedly, senior brother Zheng Song's cultivation had already broken through to the third level of the nascent soul stage last month, as expected of the son of the Mizar Peak's master. He's inherited the outstanding natural talent in the martial Tao of the Peak Master Zheng Fan. The gazes the numerous Seven-Star Sword sect inner court disciples looked at Zheng Song were filled with reverence. Reverence towards the strong. Senior brother Zheng Song. Seeing Zheng Song's arrival, Duan Lingtian smiled brightly and greeted him. Junior brother Duan Lingtian. Zheng Song replied with a smile. Where was the cold look from before? Zheng Song. Lu Shige looked at Zheng Song, his expression as ugly as it could be. Zheng Song spoiled his plans time and time again and had long made him hate him to the bone. But unfortunately, no matter if it was his background or strength, he was inferior to Zheng Song, so he could only bury this hatred in the depths of his heart. Junior brother Duan Lingtian. If this Lu Shige dares to touch you in the future, just let me know and I'll make him suffer. When Zheng Song looked at Duan Lingtian, he had a smile on his face. But when his gaze landed on Lu Shige, it became incomparably cold, as if he was a completely different person. His words were filled with dominance. The crowd was in an uproar. The inner court disciples present were clearly aware that since senior brother Zheng Song said this, it also meant that he would become Duan Lingtian's backing in the inner court in the future. For a time, many inner court disciples looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes filled with envy. After all, within the 7-star sword sect's inner court, only inner court disciples below the age of 30 that stayed behind to guard the sect. Practically all the inner court disciples above the age of 30 were sent to the various properties of the 7-star sword sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Presently, Zheng Song's cultivation had stepped into the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage. In terms of strength, amongst the group of inner court disciples that stayed behind to guard the 7-star sword sect, it was sufficient to be ranked in the top 5. Most importantly, Zheng Song still had a layer of honorable identity, the son of the Mizar Peak's master. It could be imagined that with Zheng Song's care now, there wouldn't be many inner court disciples that dared offend Duan Lingtian in the inner court in the future. Zheng Song, this is a personal enmity between us and Duan Lingtian. I hope you don't interfere. Lu Shige took a deep breath, as he was unwilling to let Duan Lingtian off just like this. Lu Shige, did you not hear what I said or what? Zheng Song's face sank, and his gaze was like a sword that flashed straight at Lu Shige as he said in a low voice, if there's something wrong with your ears, then I don't mind cutting off your ears to help you examine them properly. If there's nothing wrong with them, then shut your mouth. Zheng Song's threat caused Lu Shige's face to flush red, and his gaze was vicious. But he just happened to not dare flare up, and he could only clench his fists tightly as his body trembled to express the intense dissatisfaction in his heart. In the end, Lu Shige looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a low voice, Duan Lingtian, if you're a man, then fight me openly on the life and death arena, and fight to the death. Otherwise you're a coward, a piece of trash. Hearing Lu Shige's words, Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change, and he said indifferently, Lu Shige, do you think that your little bit of provocation will work on me? Seeing that his thoughts were seen through, Lu Shige's expression turned ugly. But he didn't forget to mock Duan Lingtian, coward, piece of trash. Didn't you say that you're not afraid of me? Now, you don't even have the courage to fight me on the life and death arena? You really want to fight me on the life and death arena? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Lu Shige, as if he wanted to confirm it further. Of course. Let's see if you have the guts to accept the challenge. Lu Shige's face revealed disdain and contempt as he said with a cold smile, I can promise you that I'll fight you on the life and death arena. Just when everyone thought that Duan Lingtian wouldn't agree, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth, and it was out of everyone's expectations. Junior brother Duan Lingtian. Zheng Song's face went grim. You don't have to pay attention to this, Lu Shige. How old are you and how old is he? Even if you don't dare accept his life and death arena agreement, it's fine, it's not shameful. Zheng Song, what does Duan Lingtian's agreement to my life and death arena agreement have to do with you? Lu Shige was slightly enraged from embarrassment when he saw Zheng Song interfering once again. What? You have objections? Zheng Song glanced coldly at Lu Shige, and his tone was terrifyingly calm. If you have objections, I'll give you a chance. You and I will fight on the life and death arena. If I'm unable to kill you in a single move, then I'll draw my sword and cut my own throat. How about it? Zheng Song's words could be said to be domineering, and it caused the crowd of inner court disciples present to feel their blood boil. Lu Shige's face sank. He was only at the 1st level of the nascent soul stage, whereas Zheng Song was at the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage. In terms of strength, Zheng Song was twice as strong as him. Killing him in a single move wasn't difficult. It was naturally impossible for him to agree to Zheng Song's life and death arena agreement. If you don't dare, then shut your mouth. How could Zheng Song not know what Lu Shige was thinking when he saw Lu Shige's face flushed red? Yet he didn't dare reply after a long time, and he spoke with a disdainful expression. He once again looked at Duan Lingtian and lightly shook his head. As far as he was concerned, even though Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao was strong to the point that even he felt inferior, but Duan Lingtian hadn't matured after all, and it wasn't very likely for him to be a match for Lu Shige. So he wanted to stop Duan Lingtian's impulsiveness. Impulsiveness was the devil, and sometimes it would even cause one's death. He wanted to make Duan Lingtian wake up. But in next to no time, he was stunned. Don't worry, senior brother Zheng Song. I'm confident. Duan Lingtian's voice transmission entered into Zheng Song's ears. You've broken through to the nascent soul stage? Zheng Song replied via voice transmission. and his tone contained slight astonishment mixed within. No, I'm at the 9th level of the origin core stage now, Duan Lingtian replied. Then he didn't wait for Zheng Song to reply before turning around to look at Lu Shirgu and said indifferently, Lu Shirgu, I can agree to your life and death arena agreement. But you must agree to a condition of mine. If you're willing to agree, then I can ascend the life and death arena with you right now. If you're unwilling to agree, then take it as I've never agreed to your life and death arena agreement. What condition? The gaze of Lu Shirgu, who originally thought he didn't have the chance to kill Duan Lingtian, abruptly lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he seemed as if he'd taken stimulants and was extremely excited. Presently, the gazes of the crowd of inner court disciples present, including Zhang Song and Fan Jian, had descended onto Duan Lingtian. They were all curious. What condition did Duan Lingtian want Lu Shirgu to agree to? Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Fan Jian. This caused Fan Jian's face to go grim as a bad premonition arose within his heart. If you want me to agree to ascend the life and death arena to battle you, then it's not impossible. But you have to ask Fan Jian to ascend the life and death arena with you and battle me. I'll battle the two of you by myself. Duan Lingtian finally spoke. His words caused the atmosphere at the scene to become slightly strange. Duan Lingtian wants Fan Jian to ascend the life and death arena to battle him as well? He wants to fight the two of them by himself? Could it be that this Duan Lingtian has gone mad? Does he really think he can kill senior brother Lu Shirgu and Fan Jian? Madman! Madman! Practically not a single inner court disciple looked favorably upon Duan Lingtian. Even though Duan Lingtian had defeated a strong opponent many times in the past and created miracles. But today, the person Duan Lingtian was going to face was a first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple. Although the 9th level of the origin core stage and the first level of the nascent soul stage were only a single level apart, the difference was like 1,000 miles. The difference in strength between the two was almost double. Zheng Song was stunned. Lu Shirgu was stunned as well. Lu Shirgu secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Duan Lingtian raise this condition. He'd practically guessed Duan Lingtian's plan at the first possible moment. Chapter 362. Big Brother Lu, don't listen to this Duan Lingtian. At the same time that Fan Jian's face went pale, he was slightly flustered. Because he noticed that Lu Shirgu seemed to have already made up his mind to let him ascend the life and death arena to battle with the Duan Lingtian. He knew his own limits. He was far from being a match for the Duan Lingtian. If the Duan Lingtian wanted to kill him, a single sword strike would be sufficient. But before Fan Jian could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Lu Shirgu. Fan Jian, don't worry. With me, Lu Shirgu here, I guarantee that you won't lose a single hair. Lu Shirgu's words were filled with strong confidence. The confidence of a nascent soul martial artist. What? You don't believe me? Seeing Fan Jian's expression still unsightly and not replying to him for a long time, Lu Shirgu was slightly embarrassed and his face couldn't help but sink. Big Brother Lu, Fan Jian had a bitter expression. He wanted to tell Lu Shirgu that since the Duan Lingtian wanted him to ascend the life and death arena together, he surely had confidence. But in the end he didn't continue speaking, because he saw the determination in Lu Shirgu's eyes. He and Lu Shirgu had known each other since long ago, and he knew Lu Shirgu's character. He knew clearly in his heart that once Lu Shirgu made up his mind to do something, no one could stop him. No matter what he said, it was useless. Don't worry, the reason I made a move against this Duan Lingtian earlier was to probe his depths and see the progress of his cultivation in this year. Since he hasn't broken through to the nascent soul stage, I'm naturally not afraid of him. Right at this moment, Lu Shirgu's voice transmission entered Fan Jian's ears, causing Fan Jian's heart to settle. So it turned out that the reason Big Brother Lu made a move earlier was to probe Duan Lingtian's depths. Seeing Lu Shirgu so confident, the worry in Fan Jian's heart lessened. Suddenly, Fan Jian looked at Duan Lingtian and said coldly, Duan Lingtian, I, Fan Jian, can agree to your conditions. I'll ascend the life and death arena with Big Brother Lu and battle you. When Duan Lingtian heard Fan Jian, his expression froze and a wisp of astonishment appeared on his face. It was as if he found it hard to believe that Fan Jian would agree to this condition. However, when his expression landed in the eyes of Lu Shirgu and Fan Jian, It made the latter feel that he was lacking in confidence, causing the latter's confidence to greatly increase. Fanjian, you're such a coward. You actually dare to challenge me to the life and death arena. What a surprise. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I hope you keep your word. Otherwise, you, Duan Lingtian, are bound to become an untrustworthy person in the future, and it will be difficult for you to gain a foothold in the 7-star sword sect. Fan Jian sneered with a smug expression on his face. Seeing Duan Lingtian behaving like this, he naturally thought that Duan Lingtian had purposely said that he wanted him to join him on the life and death arena in order to make him back off. At that time, this Duan Lingtian would be able to righteously reject Brother Lu's challenge to the life and death arena. At this moment, Fan Jian felt that he was so smart. Humph! Duan Lingtian coldly swept Fan Jian with his gaze, and his mouth slightly moved as he sent a voice transmission that broke through Fan Jian's eardrums. Fan Jian, even if I'm not a match for Lu Shirgu, I'll still kill you before he makes a move against me. After that, I'll leap off the life and death arena. At that time, with senior brother Zhengsong's protection, Lu Shirgu is bound to be unable to kill me. Fan Jian's face went slightly grim when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, yet he didn't give in. Then let's see if you kill me first or Brother Lu kills you first. Subsequently, Fan Jian passed on what Duan Lingtian had said to him via voice transmission to Lu Shirgu, and it caused Lu Shirji's eyes to be unable to refrain from squinting. Fan Jian, you can be at ease. With me here, he won't be able to kill you. Lu Shirgu replied to Fan Jian via voice transmission, and his tone was filled with strong confidence. I believe in Brother Lu. Fan Jian hurriedly replied. Presently, Lu Shirgu and Fan Jian didn't doubt Duan Lingtian's agreement to the life and death arena this time any longer. Duan Lingtian wasn't really confident. Instead, he wanted to fish in troubled waters. Ascending the life and death arena to battle the two of them was fake. Wanting to kill Fan Jian and then flee was the real truth. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, do you want to reconsider? Zheng Song frowned and wanted to take a step further to restrain Duan Lingtian. Zheng Song's actions caused Lu Shirgu and Fan Jian's expressions to be slightly unsightly. At this moment, they were truly worried that this matter would be spoiled by Zheng Song. Senior brother Zheng Song, there are things one can do and things one can't do in one's lifetime. Today, since I, Duan Lingtian, have spoken, then I'll naturally keep my word. Duan Lingtian shook his head and refused Zheng Song's good intentions. The surroundings were in an uproar. This Duan Lingtian really wants to ascend the life and death arena to battle Lu Shirgu and Fan Jian? He's simply gone mad. A 9th-level origin core stage martial artist wants to go against a 1st-level nascent soul stage martial artist? What a fantasy! None of the surrounding 7-star sword sect inner court disciples looked favorably upon Duan Lingtian. Let's go to the life and death arena. Lu Shirgu glanced coldly at Duan Lingtian, then called out to Fan Jian before heading towards the other side of the peak. The life and death arena of the 7-star sword sect's main peak, Dubhe Peak, was situated at the side of a precipice at the peak of Dubhe Peak, and it was covered in floor tiles that seemed to be dyed with blood. Whoosh! Whoosh! When they arrived at the life and death arena, Lu Shirgu and Fan Jian flashed out and were the first to ascend the arena. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Zheng Song walked side by side, and behind them was a group of inner court disciples as they slowly walked towards the life and death arena in a formidable array. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, are you really confident? Although Duan Lingtian's voice transmission revealed strong confidence, Zheng Song couldn't help but be slightly worried. He'd always been extremely grateful to Duan Lingtian. It was Duan Lingtian that allowed his father to break through to the void initiation stage in one go. This was an enormous favor. It was difficult to return. Senior brother Zheng Song, it isn't the first time I've ascended the 7-star sword sect's life and death arena. But those that have died on the life and death arena have always been my opponents. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression, as if his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. Zheng Song nodded and didn't say anything further. He chose to believe Duan Lingtian. Based on Duan Lingtian's past deeds, Duan Lingtian wasn't an impulsive person. Every time he ascended the life and death arena, no one looked favorably upon him, but every time he was able to exceed everyone's expectations and kill his opponents one by one. Duan Lingtian had created too many miracles. But unfortunately he didn't have the chance to see it with his own 2 eyes. This time he finally had the chance. He really looked forward to it. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian arrived before the life and death arena. The surroundings of the life and death arena were filled with people. So long as it was someone at the peak of Dubhe Peak, no matter if it was an inner court disciple or an inner court elder, all of them had gathered over to watch the show. What's happened? Some of the inner court disciples that had just arrived couldn't help but ask curiously. In next to no time, along with the explanations of the other inner court disciples, they came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that Duan Lingtian wanted to ascend the life and death arena to battle Lu Shirgu and Fan Jian. 1 against 2. Duan Lingtian has broken through to the nascent soul stage? This was their first thought when they heard of this matter, and they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. No. Some inner court disciples that knew the situation shook their heads. Duan Lingtian hasn't broken through to the nascent soul stage, and is only at the 9th level of the origin core stage. The reason he was willing to ascend the life and death arena was mostly because of Fan Jian. Exactly, the conflict between him and senior brother Lu Shirgu was ultimately because of the culprit, Fan Jian. Perhaps, he wants to seize this opportunity to kill Fan Jian. Kill Fan Jian? With senior brother Lu Shirgu present, it's extremely difficult for him to kill Fan Jian. It's indeed extremely difficult. No matter how the group of inner court disciples discussed, the agreement on the life and death arena had already been set, and was difficult to change. On the life and death arena, Lu Shirgu stood there, and the inner court disciple attire on his body fluttered with the wind, causing him to look graceful and elegant. Whereas Fan Jian was now standing behind Lu Shirgu, as if only by hiding behind Lu Shirgu would he be able to obtain a sense of security. Duan Lingtian. Lu Shirji's fierce gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and it was filled with ruthlessness and bloodthirstiness. Duan Lingtian nodded to Zheng Song, then his figure flashed out, seeming to have transformed into a spirit serpent as he lightly descended onto the life and death arena to stand in confrontation with Lu Shirgu. Fan Jian, you plan to always hide behind Lu Shirgu? After ascending the life and death arena, Duan Lingtian didn't look at Lu Shirgu, but instead looked at Fan Jian who was behind Lu Shirgu as he asked indifferently. Fan Jian's face flickered between a livid and ashen expression when he heard Duan Lingtian. Haha, this Fan Jian is truly cowardly. It's not strange. Although Fan Jian has recently broken through to the 9th level of the origin core stage, when facing Duan Lingtian who had the strength to cripple the 9th level origin core stage senior brother Wu Yongqian's arm 1 year ago, he's still not enough. Yeah, 1 year ago, Duan Lingtian was only at the 8th level of the origin core stage, yet he was even able to cripple the arm of a 9th level origin core stage inner court disciple. Now that he's broken through to the 9th level of the origin core stage, sweeping through all the martial artists in the origin core stage is nothing difficult for him, and he can be called the number 1 person below the nascent soul stage. At the same time that the crowd of inner court disciples around the life and death arena ridiculed Fan Jian, they weren't stingy with their praise of Duan Lingtian in the slightest. But unfortunately, Duan Lingtian is still too impulsive. Yeah, if another 2 years passed, he might not be unable to surpass senior brother Lu Shirgu. He's too impatient. In next to no time, some inner court disciples couldn't help but sigh, and they felt pity for Duan Lingtian. As far as they were concerned, even if Duan Lingtian was able to kill Fan Jian today, it would be extremely difficult for him to survive. After all, besides Fan Jian, Duan Lingtian still had to face Lu Shirgu, who was an inner court disciple at the nascent soul stage. A wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of Lu Shirji's mouth when he saw Duan Lingtian ascending the life and death arena. Duan Lingtian, you're quite bold to actually dare ascend the life and death arena. Today Lu Shirgu will send you on your way. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Lu Shirgu, then paid no further attention to him, and his gaze instead descended onto Fan Jian who was behind Lu Shirgu. As far as the bystanders were concerned, Duan Lingtian's target wasn't Lu Shirgu, but Fan Jian. Fan Jian's face went grim when he noticed Duan Lingtian's burning gaze, and he felt oppressed in his heart. Before Duan Lingtian, who was similarly at the 9th level of the origin core stage, he felt that his cultivation at the 9th level of the origin core stage was completely useless. Fan Jian, out of respect for Elder Lu Qiu that day, I intended to bury the hatchet with you. But unfortunately, you didn't cherish it properly. Today I won't show mercy. Chapter 363. Everyone present was able to deeply feel the rage within Duan Lingtian's words. Fan Jian's face went grim as he hurriedly hid behind Lu Shirgu, as he was deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would suddenly kill him. Humph! Duan Lingtian snorted coldly, then instantly moved, his entire body tearing through the sky as he flashed out. Everywhere he passed, dust suffused the air. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a spirit serpent as he flashed directly towards Fan Jian, and Lu Shirgu, who was before Fan Jian, was directly disregarded by him. Whoosh! Instantly, a narrow sword appeared out of thin air in Duan Lingtian's hand. As soon as this narrow sword appeared, 45 ancient mammoth silhouettes instantly appeared beside the 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Lingtian. The strength of 165 ancient mammoths. Grade 6 Spirit Sword. Exclamations of surprise rose and fell continuously in the surroundings of the life and death arena. They were all shocked by the narrow sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. This narrow sword provided an amplification of close to 40%. It was obviously a grade 6 spirit sword. This Duan Lingtian had a grade 6 spirit sword? Where did junior brother Duan Lingtian get a grade 6 spirit sword? Zheng Song had an astonished expression. This grade 6 spirit sword was left behind by the withered old man Zhang Shouyong killed at the ancient city of Everlast's Eternal Jade Restaurant. Zhang Shouyong gave this grade 6 spirit sword, which was his spoils of battle, to Duan Lingtian, and it had become the strongest weapon in Duan Lingtian's possession. Big brother Lu saved me. Although he was hiding behind Lu Shirgu, Fan Jian didn't have the slightest feeling of safety. Now that he saw Duan Lingtian withdraw a grade 6 spirit sword and display the strength of 165 ancient mammoths, he was completely terrified. He was utterly unable to arouse the thought of resisting in his heart. Sword drawing arts. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold. His body was like a spirit serpent as he went around Lu Shirgu, and the sword in his hand was like a bolt of lightning as it struck straight towards Fan Jian's throat. He intended to kill Fan Jian with a single strike. You're courting death. In the beginning, Lu Shirgu was also attracted by the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Now that he reacted, the grade 7 spirit sword appeared in his hand, transforming into a bone-like sword light that directly swept towards the narrow sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. He wanted to shake off the narrow sword in Duan Lingtian's hand and save Fan Jian. Yunfeng Sword Art. The sword light in Lu Shirji's hand was fast to the extreme. As it swept out, it seemed to carry the power to split mountains. At the same time, more than 250 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above Lu Shige. The strength of Lu Shirji's sword was stronger than the strength of Duan Lingtian's sword by an entire 90+ ancient mammoths. Whoosh! When the sword flashed out, it was like a towering mountain that pierced through the clouds and smashed down with a loud bang. It was precisely the profoundness of the Cloud Peak sword technique. When Duan Lingtian was chasing after Fan Jian, he seemed to be ignoring Lu Shirgu. But his thoughts were completely on Lu Shirgu. Therefore, when Lu Shirgu drew his sword, he discovered it at the first possible moment. When he discovered that the grade 7 spirit sword in Lu Shirji's hand was heading towards his sword, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile that contained traces of a scheme that had succeeded. Just when the gazes of everyone in the surroundings of the life and death arena slightly congealed and fell on Duan Lingtian, wanting to see if Duan Lingtian was able to disperse Lu Shirji's sword strike. Come at me! Duan Lingtian suddenly lightly shouted. In the next moment, everyone saw that Duan Lingtian's figure that was flashing towards Fan Jian suddenly trembled. Like an agile spirit serpent, he made a turn and faced Lu Shirgu, who was attacking him. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile. Sword drawing arts. The grade 6 spirit sword suddenly changed direction and transformed into an even swifter bolt of lightning, as if it had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Not good. Lu Shirgu was originally brimming with confidence, but when he saw Duan Lingtian suddenly change direction and a sword flashing straight towards him, an ominous premonition arose in his heart. There were only two possibilities for Duan Lingtian daring to do this. Firstly, Duan Lingtian was confident. Secondly, Duan Lingtian was courting death. Obviously, Duan Lingtian didn't seem to be the type of person who would court death. However, the current situation was critical. Even if Lu Shige felt uneasy in his heart and realized that the situation had changed, he could only brace himself and go forward. Cloud Peak Sword Technique. A sword strike that was as heavy as the peak of a cloud welcomed Duan Lingtian's tarsal bone sword that followed like a shadow. The strength of over 250 ancient mammoths completely exploded. Die! Lu Shige's gaze revealed a fierce expression as the sword in his hand fiercely descended. He didn't think that Duan Lingtian's method of defeating the strong, as the weak, would be able to bridge the gap of over 90 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian's expression was calm, and his heart moved. Quake energy. Instantly, the origin energy on the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand raged and started to tremble, and the frequency of the trembling grew faster and faster. It welcomed Lu Shige's sword strike that was as heavy as the peak of a cloud. Clang! Instantly, the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand collided with the sword in Lu Shige's hand. At this instant, time seemed to have completely frozen. The crowd of inner court disciples and elders around the life and death arena stared wide-eyed and held their breaths as they stared blankly at this scene. The strength of this sword strike from Duan Lingtian was comparable to the strength of 165 ancient mammoths. The strength of this sword strike from Lu Shige was comparable to the strength of 250 ancient mammoths. If it was any other time, they would think that Lu Shige was capable of easily obtaining victory with such an obvious difference in strength. But today, the person Lu Shige encountered was Duan Lingtian, the legendary disciple of the Seven-Star Sword sect. The legendary disciple that had once defeated the strong as the weak and killed existences that were stronger than him many times. They were curious in their hearts. Today, would Lu Shige use a formidable strength to suppress Duan Lingtian and even kill Duan Lingtian? Or would Duan Lingtian create another miracle and defeat the strong as the weak and turn defeat into victory, and kill Lu Shige? Everyone's eyes were glued to this scene. They knew that the result would be out very soon. Of course, more than 90% of the people amongst them didn't think that Duan Lingtian would be able to create another miracle. After all, the difference was too great. A difference of over 90 ancient mammoths was a gap that was practically impossible to surmount. Clang! No matter what the crowd of people around the life and death arena thought, the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand collided with the grade 7 spirit sword in Lu Shige's hand in the end. The two terrifying forces fiercely collided in practically an instant. Origin energy shook as a formidable aura spread out and transformed into a gust of wind that swept through the life and death arena, causing dust to suffuse the air. OM! 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 The trembling of origin energy on the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand skyrocketed to the limit. Tremor energy, raised to the limit. Strangle out. Suddenly, a shrill and miserable cry tore through the sky, and it was accompanied by the sound of iron falling to the ground. Right when the crowd of people around the life and death arena didn't have the time to react, everyone clearly saw Duan Lingtian's figure tremble, as he instantly shot towards Lu Shige, who was blasted back. Swish! The sword that trembled with origin energy entered Lu Shige's chest like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Fresh blood violently sprayed out as if it had condensed into numerous dazzling red roses. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and withdrew his sword. Lu Shige's body swayed a few times, and his eyes stared wide open as he fell to the ground with everlasting regret. Lu Shige dead. Duan Lingtian stood beside Lu Shige's corpse without moving, like a mountain, as if he transformed into an undefeatable god of war. Whoosh! Outside the life and death arena, after a period of deathly silence, it completely boiled over. Senior brother Lu Shige is dead? Oh my god! The strength of that sword strike of his was comparable to the strength of over 250 ancient mammoths, yet it was actually crushed by Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian's sword strike seems to only have the strength of 165 ancient mammoths, right? He's actually still able to defeat someone stronger than him with a difference of over 90 ancient mammoths. Abnormal. He's too abnormal. The crowd of inner court disciples were all astounded. Even those inner court elders were looking at Duan Lingtian with a hint of astonishment in their eyes. Even though they'd heard of the deeds of Duan Lingtian in the past, But hearing and seeing with their own eyes were two completely different concepts. A difference of the strength of 90 ancient mammoths? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a slight arc when he heard the astounded voices of the crowd of inner court disciples. Since he'd cultivated the third form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the WRM Python form, to the mastery stage, his tremor energy had risen to the limit. The scope of its effect was within the strength of 100 ancient mammoths. In other words, so long as the strength of Duan Lingtian's opponent didn't exceed the strength of 100 ancient mammoths, then his tremor energy would be able to take effect. When Lu Shirgu exerted his full strength, it was indeed very strong, comparable to the strength of over 250 ancient mammoths. However, it still wasn't able to pull open a gap of over the strength of 100 ancient mammoths with Duan Lingtian's strength. So, once Duan Lingtian's tremor energy was utilized, he still died. Moreover, even if Duan Lingtian relied on a grade 6 spirit sword to exert the strength of 165 ancient mammoths, that was because he'd held back. After all, the basic strength Duan Lingtian was able to exert now wasn't the strength of 120 ancient mammoths that an ordinary 9th level origin core stage martial artist possessed. Instead, it was the strength of 131 ancient mammoths. From the beginning until the end, when he attacked Lu Shirgu, he'd still held back the strength of 11 ancient mammoths. If this strength of 11 ancient mammoths was amplified by a grade 6 spirit sword, then it would be the strength of 15 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian had held back the strength of an entire 15 ancient mammoths. But even then, Lu Shirgu was still killed by him. A clean sword strike that directly killed Lu Shirgu. After killing Lu Shirgu, the knot in Duan Lingtian's heart was completely undone. He used his own strength to make Lu Shirgu pay the price for what he'd done that day, the price of his life. Whoosh! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian heard a gust of wind sound out by his ears. When he glanced over, he noticed that Fan Jian, who was dumbstruck earlier, had recovered from his shock, and intended to flash down the life and death arena to flee. Want to flee? A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth, and his figure flashed out, as if transforming into the wind. The origin energy beneath his feet lightly trembled, and the frequency grew faster and faster. Duan Lingtian stepped on the tremor energy, and his speed was more than 50% faster than usual. In the blink of an eye, he'd caught up to Fan Jian and blocked in front of Fan Jian. Chapter 364. Duan Lingtian's gaze was exceedingly calm when faced with Fan Jian's begging for mercy. Fan Jian, I've said it before. I gave you a chance but you didn't cherish it properly. Since it's like this, then go with Lu Shirgu. No. When he realized that it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to let him go, Fan Jian's face revealed a savage expression as he shouted out explosively, and the origin energy beneath his feet skyrocketed as he charged towards the other side with the intention of fleeing. Pig-headed. Duan Lingtian had a calm expression as he once again stepped on quake energy to rush out. His speed was so swift that it was even slightly swifter than an ordinary first-level nascent soul stage martial artist. In the blink of an eye, he'd caught up to Fan Jian. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and the hand that held the narrow sword lightly trembled. Sword drawing arts. A sword strike that was swift like a bolt of lightning easily swept past Fan Jian's throat, and fresh blood sprayed out to cover the sky. Whoosh! Fan Jian's body that was charging forward stopped halfway. Then he was brought out by inertia and fiercely fell out, and after he fell to the ground, he brushed past the ground and brought out a long bloody mark on the ground. Dead. Silence. The scene was deathly silent. The gazes of everyone couldn't help but descend onto the young man on the life and death arena. This young man had once again created a miracle, using a cultivation at the 9th level of the origin core stage to kill a first-level nascent soul stage martial artist, and a 9th level origin core stage martial artist in a head-on battle. It was simply inconceivable. Duan Lingtian searched the corpses of Lu Shirgu and Fan Jian for a while before taking away their spatial rings and spirit weapons. Then he walked down the life and death arena with a satisfied expression and descended beside Zhang Song. Meanwhile, Zhang Song reacted to what had happened, and his face was filled with a bitter smile as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Duan Lingtian. You really amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. Duan Lingtian smiled. Senior brother Zheng Song. Is the peak master in Mizar Hall? I was just about to ask for a cup of tea from him. Let's go. Zheng Song nodded with a smile, then called out to Duan Lingtian before leaving the life and death arena. Wherever he passed, a group of inner court disciples respectfully opened up a path for him. Only when Duan Lingtian's figure disappeared from sight did the deathly silent life and death arena regain its liveliness. Most people's gazes fell on the two corpses on the life and death arena. Lu Shirgu and Fanjian are really unlucky. They actually provoked that malefic. According to what I know, the disciples that provoked that malefic didn't seem to be able to survive. I truly never imagined that after Duan Lingtian broke through to the 9th level of the origin core stage, he was even able to kill a first-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Yeah, it's really unbelievable. Even more shocking is that he actually possesses a grade 6 spirit sword in his possession. After all, even our 7-star sword sect doesn't have many grade 6 spirit weapons, and all of them are in the possession of the various peak masters and guardian elders. In the past, Duan Lingtian only made a name for himself in the outer sect. From today onwards, his name is destined to spread throughout the inner sect. All the inner disciples were shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. On the way to Mizar Hall, Zheng Song asked Duan Lingtian, "Junior brother Duan Lingtian, when did you return?" Duan Lingtian smiled. "I just returned. Just returned." Zheng Song couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. "You just returned and went to look for Lu Shirgu?" Duan Lingtian nodded. "Looks like you really aren't willing to wait for even a moment. But your improvement is too shocking. 1 year ago, you didn't have the slightest strength to fight back before Lu Shirgu. 1 year later on the life and death arena, you killed him in a single move." As he finished speaking, Zheng Song, this 3rd-level nascent soul stage martial artist, couldn't help but reveal slight fear in his eyes. Duan Lingtian's methods were truly too strange. It was difficult to fathom. Duan Lingtian smiled. "It's all right, I barely made a slight improvement." "Barely? A slight improvement?" The corners of Zheng Song's mouth twitched when he heard this. This junior brother Duan Lingtian really won't stop until he's shocked to death. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian and Zheng Song arrived at Mizar Hall together. In the pavilion of Mizar Hall, Peak Master. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he greeted the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan. Amongst all the higher-ups of the 7-star sword sect, only Zheng Fan was the closest to him. "Kid, when did you return?" Zheng Fan laughed heartily. "I just returned today and came to ask for a cup of tea from the Peak Master." Duan Lingtian laughed slyly. Zheng Fan's brows raised. Then he started fiddling with the tea set, and he asked curiously as he busied himself, "Where did you go this year?" "The ancient city of Everlast." Duan Lingtian didn't conceal it and spoke bluntly. "The ancient city of Everlast?" Zheng Fan was surprised. "You actually went to such a distant place. That place is extremely chaotic. Kid, you're too bold to even dare go there." Zheng Fan didn't know that Duan Lingtian had the protection of a 7th-level void-prying stage martial artist when he went there, and when he returned, he even had the protection of a void initiation stage expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't make such a fuss over nothing. "In the past year or so, your cultivation has increased again, right?" Zheng Fan poured a cup of tea for Duan Lingtian, then glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian as he asked. Duan Lingtian hadn't spoken yet. "Father, junior brother Duan Lingtian is already a 9th-level origin core stage martial artist now. Not only that, he ascended the life and death arena as soon as he returned today and killed Lu Shirgu." Meanwhile, Zheng Song had walked into the pavilion and sat by Duan Lingtian's side as he spoke with a smile. Zheng Fan couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Zheng Song. Zheng Fan looked at Duan Lingtian with an astounded expression. "Your current cultivation at the 9th level of the origin core stage is sufficient to kill a 1st-level nascent soul stage martial artist?" Duan Lingtian smiled. "I was just lucky." "Luck?" As the peak master of the 7-star sword sect's Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan naturally knew that it was impossible for this to be luck. "Duan Lingtian, you're too modest. Even though I know of your ability to defeat a strong opponent as the weak, I never imagined that you'd actually be able to kill a 1st-level nascent soul stage martial artist." A 9th-level Origin Core stage martial artist killing a 1st-level nascent Soul stage martial artist. If it was in the past, he would utterly not dare believe it. But now, all this had happened to Duan Lingtian, and he wasn't surprised in the slightest, as he'd experienced Duan Lingtian's mysteriousness since long ago. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, then held up his teacup and tasted the fragrant tea. After a short moment, Zheng Fan looked at Duan Lingtian and slowly said, "Duan Lingtian, what conflict actually exists between you and Zhao Lin?" "Zhao Lin." Duan Lingtian's brows raised, then he asked in a low voice. "Peakmaster, when I left 1 year ago, could it be that Zhao Lin really followed me?" Zheng Fan nodded. "Exactly. However, he was stopped by me at the critical moment, and in the end, he could only obediently return to the 7-Star Sword sect. From his appearance at that time, it seemed as if he wouldn't stop until he killed you." Cold lights flickered within Duan Lingtian's eyes. Zhao Lin. He was really stubborn. Zheng Fan continued. "Duan Lingtian, if you have something that's difficult to say about the matter between you and Zhao Lin, then don't speak of it. However, I still have to remind you, this Zhao Lin isn't to be trifled with." As he spoke up to hear, Zheng Fan's tone contained slight fear. "Isn't he only an outer court elder of Migres Peak?" Duan Lingtian frowned and was slightly puzzled. How could it be so simple? Zheng Fan shook his head. "Do you think that a mere outer court elder of Migres Peak has the ability to make the outer court martial competition I presided over turn into a life and death battle?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. That outer court martial competition changing into a life and death battle was related to Zhao Lin? Zheng Fan nodded. "He still has such great ability." Duan Lingtian frowned as he recalled that outer court martial competition, and he recalled that Zhao Lin was indeed present at that time. Zhao Lin had come with Shi Hao. Zhao Lin only left when Shi Hao was killed. Looks like that time, Zhao Lin ought to have colluded with Shi Hao and reached some sort of agreement with Shi Hao to go against me. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian guessed many things. Some of the doubts of the past were completely solved. Zheng Fan shook his head. If that Zhao Lin was only an outer court elder, then he naturally wouldn't have such great ability. But the existence behind him isn't simple. Duan Lingtian was able to notice that when Zheng Fan spoke up to hear, his expression had become serious. Could it be that the sect leader is behind him? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and asked. Within the 7-Star Sword sect, there weren't many people that were able to make Zheng Fan fear them. "It isn't the sect leader." Zheng Fan shook his head, and at the same time that Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief, he continued. "But that existence isn't much different from the sect leader." Duan Lingtian's mood that had eased up once again surged up and down, and he laughed bitterly. "Peakmaster, don't keep me in suspense, speak frankly." "I'm not keeping you in suspense. I only want to let you understand the existence behind Zhao Lin." As Zheng Fan finished speaking, he glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. "But I wonder if you've heard of the 2 guardian elders of our 7-Star Sword sect?" "Guardian elders?" Instantly, Duan Lingtian's gaze focused and his face sank. "Peakmaster, you wouldn't be thinking of telling me that Zhao Lin is related to the Guardian Elders, right?" Duan Lingtian had heard Wuxia mention the 2 Guardian Elders of the 7-Star Sword sect that day. Although he didn't know much about the Guardian Elders, he knew that the cultivation grounds of the 2 Guardian Elders each occupied one of the 9 great spirit points in the 7-Star Sword sect. Not only that, the Guardian Elders had a special status in the 7-Star Sword sect, and to a certain extent, they were able to stand on equal footing with the sect leader. Moreover, because of their high seniority, even the 7-Star Sword sect's leader had to respectfully call them martial uncle. "Exactly." Zheng Fan nodded. "Zhao Lin is precisely one of the 2 Guardian Elders of our 7-Star Sword sect, the grandson of Elder Ming. Elder Ming lost a son when he was young, and he especially dotes on his only grandson. Just like the sudden change in the rules of the outer court martial competition the other time, it was precisely Zhao Lin who went to look for Elder Ming. Of course, he didn't tell Elder Ming that he wanted to go against you, and only said that he hoped the outer court martial competition would be able to arouse the potential and will to live of the outer court disciples because of this." Arouse the potential and will to live of the outer court disciples? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer when he heard Zhao Lin's excuse. Zhao Lin's excuse was rather dignified. "I never imagined that Zhao Lin had such a background," I thought he was only an ordinary outer court elder. Chapter 365. After bidding farewell to Zheng Fan and Zheng Song, Duan Lingtian left Mizar Hall. His mood was slightly heavy. Zhao Lin's background caused fear to arise in his heart. But in next to no time, he seemed to have thought of something and heaved a sigh of relief. Me too, why think so much? It's fine if that Zhao Lin doesn't come provoke me, but if he dares to take the initiative to cause trouble, then I, Duan Lingtian, am not someone to be trifled with. A strand of cold light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes. Presently, his spiritual force had already advanced to the critical point between the nascent soul stage and the void-prying stage, and he was only a step away from advancing to the void-prying stage. Once his spiritual force broke through to the void-prying stage, he would be able to inscribe even stronger inscriptions. Inscriptions that were sufficient to deal with void-prying stage martial artists. Since he'd thought it through, Duan Lingtian's mood was carefree, and he walked towards Migres Peak with large strides. Today, killing Lu Shirgu and Fan Jian could be considered to have settled one of the matters in his heart. Today, when Lu Shirgu launched a surprise attack on him, he guessed Lu Shirji's intentions and knew that Lu Shirgu was probing him. After Lu Shirgu probed him, he noticed the killing intent in Lu Shirji's eyes. He knew clearly in his heart that Lu Shirgu had aroused killing intent towards him. In this way, Duan Lingtian took advantage of the situation and not only tricked Lu Shirgu onto the life and death arena, he even tricked the instigator, Fan Jian, into the life and death arena. When Lu Shirgu and Fan Jian ascended onto the life and death arena, their outcome was already decided. Duan Lingtian naturally wouldn't show mercy towards two people that wanted to kill him, and he killed them one by one, completely cutting off the weeds and eliminating the roots. Migres Peak, I, Duan Lingtian, have returned. Duan Lingtian stepped onto the chain bridge that led to Migres Peak, and his brows raised as his gaze descended onto Migres Peak that shot into the sky and was concealed within the clouds and mist. Duan Lingtian passed through the chain bridge and stepped onto the high platform of Migres Peak. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Everywhere he passed, the Migres Peak disciples bowed respectfully to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian returned each and every one of them with a smile and walked into Migres Peak. The group of Migres Peak disciples couldn't help but sigh with emotion as they looked at Duan Lingtian's figure. I haven't seen senior brother Duan Lingtian for over a year. I feel that his cultivation seems to have improved again. You can even tell? I guessed. Naturally, this isn't difficult to guess. With senior brother Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the Wu Dao, even if he didn't break through to the nascent soul stage after a year has passed, he would surely have broken through to the 9th level of the origin core stage. You're right. Just as the group of Migres Peak disciples were discussing animatedly, big news, big news. A voice that was like a thunderclap that contained origin energy spread throughout the surroundings of the entire Migres Peak Trade Hall. Immediately, everyone looked in the direction of the voice. A Migres Peak disciple had an excited expression as he left the chain bridge and stepped onto Migres Peak. Today, not long ago, senior brother Duan Lingtian killed the 9th level origin core stage inner court disciple, Fan Jian, and the 1st level nascent soul stage inner court disciple, Lu Shirgu, on the Dubhe Peak's life and death arena with a cultivation at the 9th level of the origin core stage. After this Migres Peak disciple successfully attracted the gazes of everyone, he released shocking news. Instantly, the surroundings of the trade hall were deathly silent. They weren't surprised that Duan Lingtian killed the 9th level origin core stage Fan Jian. But that Lu Shirgu, what? Senior brother Duan Lingtian killed Lu Shirgu? I heard long ago that 1 year ago, Lu Shirgu launched 2 sneak attacks on senior brother Duan Lingtian, and even heavily injured senior brother Duan Lingtian and knocked him unconscious. But I never imagined that 1 year later, senior brother Duan Lingtian would take revenge and directly kill him. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is too strong. Even if a year has passed, senior brother Duan Lingtian would at most be 21 years old, right? Killing a nascent soul stage martial artist at the age of 21. Not to mention the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, such a monster hasn't appeared even in the Darkstone Empire, right? For a time, Duan Lingtian's reputation in the Migres Peak was like the sun in the midday sky. Presently, perhaps there were some Migra's peak disciples that didn't know the name of the peak master, Wu Dao. But Duan Lingtian's name was known by everyone. Presently, his spiritual force had broken through to the verge of stepping into the void-prying stage, and Duan Lingtian was already able to easily detect the aura of void-prying stage martial artists. Even if there was a void-prying stage martial artist following him, he would similarly be able to notice it. So, when he returned to the stalactite cave at the peak of Migra's peak now, he didn't have to be as careful as before and walk around for half a day. After his spiritual force extended out and noticed that no one was following him, Duan Lingtian returned to the stalactite cave. Within the stalactite cave, there were another 2 drops of 10,000-year stalactite milk within the pool. 2 drops a year. Wanting to gather enough for another bottle is easier said than done. Duan Lingtian shook the pill bottle in his hand, then shook his head and smiled. Not long after, Duan Lingtian sat on the stone platform and slowly closed his eyes. He didn't cultivate. Presently, the 3rd form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the WYRM Python form, had already been cultivated to perfection by him. If he wanted to continue cultivating, he must first familiarize himself with the records of the 4th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique in Emperor Wu's memories. The 4th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique was the Wind WYRM form. Now Duan Lingtian was seriously comprehending the Wind WYRM form mental cultivation method. The Wind WYRM form carried a high-grade earth rank movement technique. Whirlwind. When Duan Lingtian completely understood the 4th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Wind WRM form, he couldn't help but be stunned. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, once he started cultivating the Wind WRM form, he could start cultivating the high-grade earth rank movement technique Whirlwind. It was even to the extent that he could rely on Whirlwind to comprehend force. Generally speaking, only void-prying stage martial artists that have overcome 6-9 heavenly tribulation or above are able to start coming into contact with force. Earth-rank martial skills are only able to display their might after comprehending force, and are able to be controlled like an arm. Generally speaking, only void-prying stage martial artists are able to cultivate earth-rank martial skills. The memories of Samsara Emperor Wu flashed within Duan Lingtian's mind. But, according to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, if he cultivated according to the 4th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, he created himself the Wind WRM form. He could cultivate the high-grade earth rank movement technique Whirlwind, and rely on it to comprehend wind force. Wind force belonged to the force of nature. It was similarly divided into elementary force, half-step advanced force, and advanced force. Once one comprehended advanced wind force, the next step was to comprehend wind concept. Wind concept and the earth concept Zhang Shouyong comprehended were both concepts of nature. I truly never imagined. After being stunned for a moment, Duan Lingtian revealed a smile. As expected of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique that Samsara Emperor Wu created after experiencing 2 lifetimes. A super cultivation technique that surpasses numerous top cultivation techniques. It's actually able to allow one to start comprehending force at the nascent soul stage. It's simply unbelievable. Duan Lingtian was extremely clear about what comprehending force at the nascent soul stage meant. Just like when he was at the first level of the nascent soul stage, once he comprehended wind force, then once he executed elementary wind force, he would be able to gain an additional strength of 200 ancient mammoths. Once he comprehended half-step advanced wind force, his strength would gain an additional strength of 500 ancient mammoths. Once he comprehended advanced wind force, his strength would gain an additional strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. The strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. What concept was that? After all, even if it was a 9th-level nascent soul stage martial artist, if not amplified by a spirit weapon, his strength would only be comparable to the strength of 1,200 ancient mammoths. If I'm able to comprehend advanced wind force at the first level of the nascent soul stage, no one below the void-prying stage would be a match for me. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled as he thought to himself. Of course, he knew that all this was only his imagination. Comprehending force was an extremely long process. Besides requiring extremely high comprehension ability, it also required extremely strong willpower, and even unremitting hard work. At that time, the greatest characteristic of the first form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Spirit Serpent form, was to temper the flexibility of my body. The greatest characteristic of the second form, the Raging Python form, was to temper my body and allow my body to possess the strength of a raging python. The greatest characteristic of the third form, the Wuxia Python form, was to bestow upon me quake energy and fuse it with origin energy, allowing me to defeat someone stronger than me. Duan Lingtian recalled the cultivation he'd walked all along the way and lightly pondered. Presently, the greatest characteristic of the fourth form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Wind Wuxia form, is to allow me to cultivate whirlwind and comprehend wind force, allowing me to possess the speed of a wind Wuxia. Duan Lingtian's mood surged and was unable to calm down for a long time. The Wind Wuxia form gave him too great of a shock. A nascent soul stage martial artist comprehending wind force. I truly look forward to it. Duan Lingtian slowly calmed down his restless mood, and after he calmed his heart, he started cultivating 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. Wind Wuxia form. When Duan Lingtian was cultivating in meditation, he didn't know that the matter of him killing the first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple, Lu Shigu, had practically spread throughout the entire 7-star sword sect. Dubhe Peak, Merak Hall. That Duan Lingtian's natural talent is indeed not bad. In only a year, he killed Lu Shigu and took revenge for the enmity from a year ago. A blue-clothed middle-aged man looked at a white-clothed young man. Xuefeng, I know you don't get along with him, but in the future, don't offend this Duan Lingtian. Master, you said he killed Lu Shigu? Hu Xuefeng's face went grim and he had a face full of disbelief. He naturally knew who Lu Shigu was. He was an extremely famous inner court disciple in the 7-star sword sect's inner court, and his cultivation had stepped into the first level of the nascent soul stage. He could be considered to be one of the top figures amongst the 7-star sword sect's inner court disciples below the age of 30. But now, he was killed by the Duan Lingtian that he hated to the bone? He wasn't willing to believe it. Yes, the blue-clothed middle-aged man was precisely the peak master of Merak Peak, and he nodded indifferently. This Duan Lingtian's natural talent is extraordinary. I'm afraid it won't be long before the sect leader will take him as a personal disciple. Remember, don't offend him. Sect leader. Hu Xuefeng's face went grim and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. But he knew that he had no other choice now. Duan Lingtian was someone he couldn't afford to offend. Chapter 366. Did you hear what I said? When he saw Hu Xuefeng not reacting after a long time, the Merak Peak's master's tone became slightly low. Yes, master. Although Hu Xuefeng was unwilling in his heart, he could only agree, and he silently said in his heart, Duan Lingtian, since my master doesn't allow me to touch you, then I'll spare your lowly life for now. Presently, Hu Xuefeng seemed to have completely forgotten. He had never been a match for Duan Lingtian. Not in the past and not now. Alcate Hall. The cultivation place of the Alcate Peak's master. A graceful and luxurious figure soared into the sky and descended into the pavilion, then looked at the young woman that was leaning on the side of the pavilion and looking at the horizon with infatuation, and lightly called out. His voice was filled with doting. Master. The young woman returned to her senses, then looked at the beautiful woman that suddenly appeared in the pavilion and bowed respectfully. The Duan Lingtian you're constantly thinking about has returned. The beautiful woman lightly smiled. Master, you said the young master has returned? The young woman's delicate figure lightly trembled when she heard the beautiful woman, then her beautiful autumn eyes lit up, and a wisp of unexpected joy appeared on her drop-dead gorgeous face. This young woman was precisely Kerr. Since she returned 3 months ago and found out that Duan Lingtian and Li Fei had left the 7-star sword sect, she'd always been waiting for Duan Lingtian to return. She hadn't seen the man that she yearned for day and night for almost 2 years, and she missed him extremely in her heart. As for the beautiful woman that stood before Kerr, her identity was obvious. The Alcate Peak's master. One of the vice-sect leaders of the 7-star sword sect. That Duan Lingtian is extraordinary as well. He's just returned today and already ascended the life and death arena to kill a first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple. The Alcade Peak's master sighed with emotion, and her eyes revealed slight astonishment. It's difficult to imagine that his age is actually the same as yours. The natural talent in the martial Tao of this personal disciple of hers had already caused her to be extremely shocked. Only 21 years old, 8th level of the origin core stage. In the history of the 7-star sword sect, such a monster had practically never appeared. But now that Duan Tian, the sweetheart of her personal disciple, was similarly only 21 years old, yet was already a 9th level origin core stage martial artist. He even had the ability to kill a 1st level nascent soul stage inner court disciple. Such a battle record was simply appalling. Master, is young master all right? As for who Duan Tian had killed, Kerr did not care. What she was most concerned about was whether Duan Tian was all right. When she noticed Kerr's worry and anxiousness, the Alcade Peak's Peak Master shook her head. Don't worry, he's unharmed. Supposedly, that 1st level nascent soul stage inner court disciple was killed by him in a single move. This is simply inconceivable. As she finished speaking, the Alcade Peak's Peak Master looked at Kerr and asked, Kerr, do you know what method he relied on to defeat someone stronger? Kerr shook her head, and a wisp of a smile of adoration appeared on her peerlessly beautiful face. Young master has always been very formidable. No matter how hard Kerr works, I'm unable to catch up to him. Not only did Kerr's words not have the slightest trace of jealousy, she was instead happy for Duan Tian. This caused the Alcade Peak's Peak Master to be unable to help but sigh in her heart. This disciple of hers had really completely given her heart to that Duan Tian. Now, I'm interested in meeting him. The Alcade Peak's Peak Master lightly smiled as she spoke to Kerr, and her words were filled with interest towards Duan Tian. Master, I want to go look for young master. Kerr lightly bit her lower lip and had a delicate and pitiful appearance as she spoke in a light voice. Go on. The Alcade Peak's Peak Master lightly smiled as she nodded. You little girl, you've been longing for him these past 3 months, and even your cultivation has fallen behind by quite a bit. You've caused Master to be anxious, and Master wants to personally go capture him. Master, you're making fun of me again. Kerr was embarrassed to the point her entire face flushed red, and she fled in panic. After leaving Alcade Hall, Kerr recalled that she didn't know where the young master's place of cultivation was. Yes, I'll go look for Big Sister Faye first. Since young master has returned, she's surely returned as well. When she thought up to here, Kerr headed towards Alcade Peak. All along the way, Kerr's beautiful figure and peerless appearance drew the gazes of many lascivious men. So beautiful. She seems to be the personal disciple that the Alcade Peak's Peak Master took over a year ago. Looks like not only does this young woman have a drop-dead gorgeous appearance, her natural talent in the martial Tao is extremely high as well. Otherwise, it would be impossible for someone as strong as the Alcade Peak's Peak Master to take her as a personal disciple. Yeah, the Alcade Peak's Peak Master is one of the few experts in our 7-star sword sect. Besides the sect leader and the 2 guardian elders, her strength is the strongest amongst the peak masters of the other 6 great outer court sword peaks. The group of inner court disciples couldn't help but sigh with emotion, and they only reluctantly withdrew their gazes when the beautiful figure vanished before their eyes. Migra's Peak's Peak Stalactite Cave. Who? Duan Tian didn't know how long he'd cultivated for, and only when he felt his cultivation at the 9th level of the origin core stage was unable to advance any further did he open his eyes and spit out a mouthful of foul air. From the 9th level of the origin core stage to the 1st level of the nascent soul stage is a great gap. Even with my current natural talent, it would be difficult to break through without a few months of bitter cultivation. Duan Tian thought in his heart. No matter what, I must break through to the nascent soul stage as soon as possible. Taking a deep breath, Duan Tian's eyes flickered with slight persistence. Of course, although Duan Tian hoped that he would be able to break through to the nascent soul stage as soon as possible, he knew as well that once there was a stagnation in the process of cultivation, he must stop cultivating and calm his mind. Otherwise, it would only produce the opposite of the desired result, and be harmful without any benefit. So hungry. Rubbing his dry and flat stomach, Duan Tian withdrew fresh meat from his spatial ring and started roasting it. After he ate his fill, he walked out of the stalactite cave. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out to leave the cave passageway, and he stood on the tilted tree. Sunlight passed through the clouds and mist above him and sprinkled onto Duan Lingtian's body like specks of stars, causing Duan Lingtian to feel traces of warmth. I wonder if Kerr has returned or not. I'll go look for little Fei first. His spiritual force stretched out, and after confirming that there was no one on the peak of Migres Peak, Duan Lingtian borrowed strength from the tilted tree to leap up to the peak of the peak, then headed down the mountain. In next to no time, he arrived nearby the trade hall. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian heard a familiar voice sound out, and he raised his head to look over before nodding with a smile to the Migres Peak disciple that came towards him. This Migres Peak disciple was none other than Yi Xiaobei. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, can I have a word with you? Yi Xiaobei looked at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes emitted a trace of a burning sheen. Duan Lingtian nodded, then walked to an empty space nearby the trade hall with Yi Xiaobei, and went straight to the point. What's the matter? Yi Xiaobei looked at Duan Lingtian and slowly said, Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I'm the grandson of the president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. I want to invite senior brother to join our Jade Magnolia Trading Company. Of course, the Jade Magnolia Trading Company won't restrict senior brother's freedom. Senior brother only needs to have a name in our Jade Magnolia Trading Company and be an honorary elder of our Jade Magnolia Trading Company. So long as senior brother is willing, then in the future, the Jade Magnolia Trading Company will give senior brother a salary of 10 million gold every year. As he finished speaking, Yi Xiaobei looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze, and he waited for Duan Lingtian's reply. 10 million gold a year. He believed that Duan Lingtian ought to not refuse such a great temptation. Yi Xiaobei's recruitment had exceeded Duan Lingtian's expectations. Only becoming an honorary elder in name would allow one to obtain a salary of 10 million gold every year? Sounds pretty good. Jade Magnolia Trading Company? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but recall. Jade Magnolia Trading Company. Wasn't it the trading company that Xiado and his son were in? Xiado, the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company. A few days ago, he wanted to kill Zhang Shouyong to take revenge for his son Xiaguang. In the end, he was killed by Zhang Shouyong. This Yi Xiaobei is the grandson of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's president? Duan Lingtian glanced at Yi Xiaobei in surprise. No wonder Yi Xiaobei was able to casually take out 10 million gold to throw at the Migres Peak disciple that day. Moreover, based on his words, it seemed as if the gold he carried with him wasn't just 10 million gold. At that time he felt that Yi Xiaobei's identity wasn't simple. Now it would seem that his guess wasn't wrong in the slightest. Even Xiado was only the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, whereas Yi Xiaobei's grandfather was the president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, the true controller of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company. A salary of 10 million gold every year. Your Jade Magnolia Trading Company is really generous, willing to spend so much money to support an idle person like me. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Yi Xiaobei as he spoke slowly. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. A straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. Our Jade Magnolia Trading Company has taken a fancy to senior brother's potential. Perhaps senior brother isn't worth this price now, but it will be far more than this price in the future. Yi Xiaobei went straight to the point and spoke magnanimously. He spoke extremely bluntly. The Jade Magnolia Trading Company didn't take a fancy to the current Duan Lingtian, but the Duan Lingtian that would grow up in the future. Now, the Jade Magnolia Trading Company seemed to be at a disadvantage. But once Duan Lingtian grew up, not only would the Jade Magnolia Trading Company be able to recover its costs, it would even be able to make a huge profit. Moreover, it would be able to get on good terms with Duan Lingtian in advance. To the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, this was extremely beneficial. You're rather direct. Yi Xiaobei's directness left a rather good impression on Duan Lingtian. But Duan Lingtian still shook his head. However, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I'm not interested in becoming an honorary elder of your Jade Magnolia Trading Company. Yi Xiaobei was stunned. He didn't expect Duan Lingtian to reject him so decisively. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, won't you reconsider? If you're willing, our Jade Magnolia Trading Company can even give you 10 years' salary in advance. 10 years' salary in advance. 10 million gold every year. 10 years, that would be 100 million gold. One had to admit that this condition was tempting, or at least it tempted Duan Lingtian. The total amount of gold and silver he had was less than half of 100 million taels of gold. I'm sorry. Duan Lingtian still shook his head and rejected Yi Xiaobei. Although he had a conflict with the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, Xiaodou, and his son, he didn't have any ill feelings towards the Jade Magnolia Trading Company. Chapter 367. Although Yi Xiaobei said that there was no need for Duan Lingtian to do anything for the Jade Magnolia Trading Company. But as the saying goes, after taking advantage of others, one's mouth would soften. Once he took the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's money and became an honorary elder of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, then with his character, he would absolutely not stand idly by if the Jade Magnolia Trading Company encountered any trouble in the future. So Duan Lingtian chose to refuse. He knew clearly in his heart, once he agreed to Yi Xiaobei, then he would undoubtedly have to bear a responsibility. He didn't want to bear such a responsibility for money. Not to mention that he wasn't short of money for now. Even if he was short of money, he had ways to earn money. Looks like our Jade Magnolia Trading Company doesn't have this fortune. When he realized Duan Lingtian's resoluteness, Yi Xiaobei sighed, and at the same time he thought in his heart, before 100 million gold. Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change and even directly refused his invitation. This senior brother Duan Lingtian was really not an ordinary person. In next to no time, a smile once again hung on Yi Xiaobei's face. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, as the saying goes, even if business doesn't come to an agreement, in the future, if you have anything you need help with, so long as it's within my ability, I'll surely not refuse. Thank you. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. Then he walked away and stepped onto the chain bridge to head towards Arcade Peak. Looks like grandfather is going to be disappointed. As he watched Duan Lingtian's figure vanish before his eyes, a bitter smile appeared on Yi Xiaobei's face as he sighed in his heart. After Duan Lingtian arrived at Arcade Peak, he went to Elder Bai's residence. As soon as he entered the gorge, Duan Lingtian saw two beautiful women that were sitting together and chatting happily. The women were engrossed in their conversation and didn't notice him. When Duan Lingtian saw one of the women, his gaze abruptly lit up, and his breathing became slightly hurried. The heavy sound of his breathing alarmed the two women. The two women looked over at the same time. Scoundrel! One of the women stood up. She had an angelic face, a devilish figure, and a pleasantly surprised smile hung on her face. It was precisely Li Fei. Young master! Another woman let out a low cry, losing her composure. Her graceful body came forward to welcome him. Duan Lingtian opened his arms and welcomed the woman into his embrace. He hugged her tightly as if he was afraid that she would leave. Young master, I miss you so much. Ker's voice was agitated as she slowly raised her head. Her beautiful face was covered in tears. Silly girl, I missed you too. Why are you crying? You should be happy. Duan Lingtian helped Ker wipe away the tears on her face. His face was full of love, but at the same time, he felt a little heartache. Young master, I'm just happy. As Ker spoke, she hugged Duan Lingtian tightly, as if she was unwilling to let go for the rest of her life. Silly girl. Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a smile, his eyes filled with tenderness. Li Fei stood in the distance and watched this scene quietly. A smile appeared on her face, but she did not disturb them. Young master, why are you only here now? I've already stayed at Sister Fei Er's place for 2 days. Ker hugged Duan Lingtian tightly and muttered. Scoundrel, Ker came looking for us the day we came back. We didn't know where you cultivated, so she stayed at my place temporarily. Li Fei explained. Duan Lingtian nodded and hugged Ker even tighter. Silly girl, aren't I here now? Young master, you didn't look for me when you came back. Did you not want to care about Ker anymore? Ker raised her head. Her watery eyes were covered with a layer of mist as tears welled up in them. Duan Lingtian shook his head lightly. Silly girl, don't think too much. Ker nodded gently and hugged Duan Lingtian tightly, enjoying this moment of peace. However, this peace did not last for long. This was because in the next moment, a hurried voice was heard and broke the peaceful atmosphere. "Junior sister, your man is in trouble." Accompanied by a hurried voice, a lively and beautiful figure swept into the canyon. Duanling Tian Ke. And Li Fei immediately looked at the person who came. The scene in front of her stuns Wuqing and she stood there in a daze. "Senior sister, you said that scoundrel is in trouble? Did you make a mistake? Isn't scoundrel here?" Li Fei was puzzled and confused. Duanling Tian also looked at Wuqing curiously. Why didn't he know that something had happened to him? As for Ke, after Wuqing appeared, she was embarrassed to the point of temporarily leaving Duanling Tian's embrace. A rosy blush appeared on her peerlessly beautiful face, causing one to be unable to refrain from going forward to kiss her. Wuqing finally recovered from her shock, then looked at Duanling Tian and laughed bitterly. "Why are you still here? If I'm not here, then where am I?" Wuqing's words caused Duanling Tian to be stunned. "Senior sister, did something happen?" He was able to discern that Wuqing's breathing was slightly hurried, and she'd obviously run all the way back. "You really don't know?" Wuqing frowned when she saw Duanling Tian's appearance. "Wait, that Wu Yongqian clearly said that you caused the death of the Migres Peak's master Wu Dao. Could it be that he's slandering you?" When Wuqing's words entered into Duanling Tian's ears, it caused Duanling Tian to be dumbstruck. "I caused the death of the Migres Peak's master Wu Dao? And it was Wu Yongqian who said it? The Migres Peak's master is dead?" Li Fei couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. The rosy color on Ke's face gradually dispersed, and she was slightly moved, and her eyes revealed astonishment. "I heard Master say that although the cultivation of the Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao, was inferior to her, he was still a top figure amongst 9th-level void prying stage martial artists. How could he have died? Most absurd of all, that Wu Yongqian actually said that scoundrel caused the death of the Migres Peak's master." Li Fei's face was covered in a layer of frost. That Wu Yongqian obviously had the intention of framing scoundrel. How could scoundrel possibly kill the Migres Peak's master? Finally, Duanling Tian returned to his senses. The news that Wuqing brought back was too shocking. "Senior sister's Wuqing, what actually happened?" Duanling Tian looked at Wuqing and asked curiously. Now, he urgently wanted to know the ins and outs of the matter. He faintly realized that this matter wasn't so simple. Wuqing caught her breath and said earlier, "I originally intended to go to the trade hall at the peak of Dubhe Peak to buy some medicinal pills, but right when I just ascended the peak and arrived nearby the trade hall, when she spoke up to hear, Wuqing paused, then took a deep breath and continued, I saw that Wu Yongqian carried the corpse of his foster father, the Migres Peak's master Wu Dao, and arrived at the peak. He put down Wu Dao's corpse, then knelt at the side of the corpse. After that, he kept on saying that you caused the death of his foster father, and he wanted the sect leader to seek justice for his foster father." Wuqing finished speaking in a single breath. A wisp of shock appeared on Duanling Tian's face when he heard this. The Migres Peak's master Wu Dao is really dead? Suddenly, an absurd thought arose within the depths of his heart. Could it be, for the sake of confirming this thought of his? Duanling Tian looked at Wuqing and asked, "Senior sister, did you see Wu Dao's corpse?" Wuqing nodded. "I saw it. If it wasn't for me recognizing him, I wouldn't dare confirm that he's dead. He's the peak master of our 7-star sword sect's Migres Peak after all, a formidable existence at the 9th level of the void prying stage. He was killed by someone?" Duanling Tian asked curiously. Wuqing recalled as she said, there were no obvious injuries on Wu Dao's body. His face was almost black, and he bled from all 7 apertures, and it was more like he was poisoned to death. Poisoned? Duanling Tian's pupils constricted imperceptibly. I've really guessed correctly? Could it be that Wu Dao really found the soul-shattering fruit in the primeval forest? The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth twitched, and his mind surged. He only felt that all this was like a dream. At that time, the peak master of Migres Peak, Wu Dao, summoned him and asked him about his method of utilizing origin energy to defeat a stronger opponent. At that time, for the sake of foiling Wu Dao, he casually found an excuse. He said his origin energy underwent a mutation because he consumed a spirit fruit from the primeval forest. Later on, for the sake of convincing Wu Dao, he casually spoke of the characteristics of the soul-shattering fruit. At that time, as far as he was concerned, the soul-shattering fruit was extremely rare even in the foreign lands. It was impossible for it to appear in the primeval forest. But today Wu Dao was poisoned to death, and Wu Yongqian kept on saying that it was he who caused Wu Dao's death. All this was too much of a coincidence. Could it be that there's really a soul-shattering fruit in the primeval forest, and it was even found by Wu Dao? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but think. If it was really like this, then Wu Dao was too unlucky, right? The soul-shattering fruit was an extremely special type of highly poisonous spirit fruit. Even the most knowledgeable alchemist in the foreign lands, including the former Emperor Wu of Samsara, was only able to recognize the soul-shattering fruit from its appearance. If it was a person that couldn't recognize the soul-shattering fruit, then there was only one way to test if the soul-shattering fruit was poisonous. Make a person or beast test the poison with their own body. Otherwise, no one was able to use other methods to test the toxicity of the soul-shattering fruit. Even after the Emperor Wu of Samsara became a royal-grade alchemist all those years ago, he was unable to use other methods to test the toxicity of the soul-shattering fruit. It could be imagined how deeply the soul-shattering fruit concealed its poison. If that Wu Dao really died from consuming the soul-shattering fruit, then he can only blame himself for being unlucky. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, how rare was the soul-shattering fruit? Even the Emperor Wu of Samsara from all those years ago only had the fortune to see it twice. Since Wu Dao was able to obtain the soul-shattering fruit, it could only be said that he and the soul-shattering fruit were fated. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, why would Wu Yongqian say that you caused the death of the Migres Peak's master? Zuoqing looked at Duan Lingtian and asked curiously. At that time she saw Wu Yongqian's hysterical appearance clearly, and it didn't seem to be fake. Li Fei and Ke looked at Duan Lingtian as well. As far as they were concerned, no matter if Wu Dao's death was related to Duan Lingtian or not, they didn't care. Even if Wu Dao was really killed by Duan Lingtian, they would only feel that Wu Dao deserved death. Duan Lingtian was their sky, their everything. Right when Duan Lingtian intended to speak, whoosh! It was as if a gust of wind blew past, and a figure flashed into the gorge and looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, the sect leader has summoned you to the peak of Dubhe Peak. The person that had appeared now was precisely the Alcade Peak's outer court elder, Elder Bai. Chapter 368. The appearance of Elder Bai was slightly out of Duan Lingtian's expectations. Sect leader. Duan Lingtian's brows raised when he heard Elder Bai. Looks like this matter has already alarmed the 7-Star Sword Sect's sect leader. With a quick thought, Duan Lingtian came to an understanding. The Migres Peak's master that died this time was a great figure of the 7-Star Sword Sect after all. As the sect leader of the 7-Star Sword Sect, it was impossible for him to stand idly by and do nothing, and he would surely investigate this matter deeply. Master, this matter surely isn't related to scoundrel, Li Fei hurriedly said to Elder Bai with an anxious expression, deeply afraid that something would happen to Duan Lingtian because of this. Elder Bai looked at Li Fei and her eyes emitted a doting expression as she lightly smiled. Fei, don't worry. The sect leader only asked Duan Lingtian to go over, and didn't want to do anything to Duan Lingtian. Exactly what happened to this matter isn't something that Wu Yongqian alone can decide. Exactly, Elder Bai is right. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Duan Lingtian noticed that the two little girls had worried expressions now, and he couldn't help but console them. Duan Lingtian, I heard from some Alcade Peak disciples that you've come to Alcade Peak, and only then did I guess that you're here. Since the sect leader has summoned you, then make a trip. I'll go with you. Elder Bai's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as she slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian nodded. He couldn't avoid this matter. I'll go as well. The two little girls, Li Fei and Ke, spoke in unison. In the end, Duan Lingtian went with the 4 girls to step onto the chain bridge that led from Alcade Peak to Dubhe Peak, and head towards the peak of Dubhe Peak to see the 7-Star Sword Sect's sect leader. Presently, there was practically not a single Alcade Peak disciple in the vicinity of the Alcade Peak's trade hall. Looks like those Alcade Peak disciples have all gone to the peak of Dubhe Peak to watch the show. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart as he faintly guessed the reason. Wu Dao was the peak master of Migres Peak, and his death was sufficient to cause a great earthquake in the Seven-Star Sword sect. Duan Ling Tian believed him. At this moment, so long as it was a Seven-Star Sword sect member that knew of this news, they ought to have gathered at the peak of Heavenly Pivot Peak. It was human nature to watch the show. On the road, Duan Ling Tian's eyes suddenly narrowed. At this moment, a voice transmission entered his ears, causing his eardrums to tremble slightly. Duan Ling Tian, I don't care if the death of the Migres Peak's master Wu Dao is related to you or not. You must remember, you must flatly deny that Wu Dao's death is related to you, and completely disassociate yourself from the relationship. It was Elder Bai's voice transmission. Elder Bai's words warmed Duan Ling Tian's heart, and he replied via voice transmission, "Thank you for your concern, Elder Bai. I know what to do." Elder Bai nodded, and only then did she relax. In her eyes, Duan Ling Tian was the man of the disciple she doted on the most, and he could be considered to be half a disciple of hers. Even if it was only for the sake of her disciple, she didn't want anything to happen to Duan Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian and the four women arrived at the peak of Heavenly Pivot Peak together, although Duan Ling Tian was prepared since long ago, he was still shocked. Presently, the peak of Heavenly Pivot Peak was filled with a dense crowd, and heads were moving about, causing it to be extremely bustling. Most of these people were Seven-Star Sword sect outer court disciples, and although there were many inner court disciples, they were completely drowned out by the outer court disciples. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was sharp, and he noticed with a glance that a few tens of figures were standing high in the sky in the distance. Obviously, they were all void stage experts. These people were led by a middle-aged man that wore an azure robe with gold inlaid on it. The middle-aged man stood there with his eyes closed, unmoving like a mountain, and imperceptibly, he gave others an unfathomable feeling. He's the sect leader of the Seven-Star Sword sect? Instantly, Duan Ling Tian guessed the identity of this middle-aged man. The sect leader of the Seven-Star Sword sect, Ling Hu Jin Hong. It's Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian has come. Suddenly, the surging crowd was in an uproar, and there were indeed some people that stood at the edge of the crowd that noticed Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, the gazes they shot at Duan Ling Tian were filled with fear. According to what Wu Yongqian, the foster son of Migres Peak's master Wu Dao, said, Wu Dao was precisely killed by Duan Ling Tian. A mere Seven-Star Sword sect inner court disciple caused the death of the peak master of Migres Peak. This Duan Ling Tian's ability caused them to feel fear and terror that came from the bottom of their hearts. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised, and he continued walking forward with the four women. Everywhere they passed, the surging crowd automatically opened up a wide path for them. Duan Ling Tian was able to see it. Presently, when the crowd of Seven-Star Sword sect disciples that opened up a path for him focused their gazes on him, their eyes emitted traces of a sheen of terror, as if he wasn't a human but a dreadful beast. Duan Ling Tian paid no attention to this, and he directly arrived at the empty space in the middle of the crowd. On the empty space, Wu Yongqian knelt there. Beside Wu Yongqian lay a corpse silently. The corpse's face was black, and the blood on the 7 apertures of the corpse hadn't completely dried up, and it seemed to be incomparably dazzling. Wu Dao. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian recognized that the person that lay on the ground and bled to death was precisely the peak master of Migres Peak, Wu Dao. The Wu Dao that was overbearing in front of him in the past and intended to seize his method of utilizing origin energy had now become a corpse. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian recognized the signs of Wu Dao being poisoned. It really is the poison of the soul-severing fruit. This Wu Dao's luck is really good. He actually really found the soul-severing fruit in the primeval forest. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. This Wu Dao is really misfortunate to the extreme. No matter how rare the soul-severing fruit was, he was actually able to find it. He deserved to die. Duan Ling Tian. Suddenly, Wu Yongqian, who knelt on the ground, abruptly raised his head, and his scarlet-red eyes flickered with a gaze of hatred as it converged onto Duan Ling Tian. It's you, it's you. It's you that caused the death of my foster father. It's you that caused the death of my foster father. I want to take revenge for foster father. I want to take revenge for foster father. Amidst his roars, Wu Yongqian stomped on the ground and rose up, and he seemed to have transformed into a bloodthirsty fierce beast as he flashed out to pounce towards Duanlington. Accompanying Wu Yongqian's flashing out was the 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes that appeared out of thin air. Swish. Instantly, the Grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, appeared in Wu Yongqian's left hand, and his origin energy raged as he flashed straight towards Duanlington. In the sky, beside the 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes were another 40-plus ancient mammoth silhouettes. The strength of 160-plus ancient mammoths all exploded out. Duanlingtian's gaze went slightly cold, but he didn't make a move, because someone had made a move before him. Swoosh! An ear-piercing sound of the air being torn apart abruptly sounded out, and the sound of air exploding echoed out in succession. Duanlingtian only felt a gust of wind blow past him, and with a bang Wu Yongqian flew out like an arrow that left the bowstring, fiercely falling onto the ground in an extremely sorry state. How can you be presumptuous before the sect leader? Elderbai withdrew her hand and stood at the side of Duanlingtian, and her cold gaze swept Wu Yongqian as she spoke with a cold voice. Subsequently, Elderbai soared up into the sky and descended by the side of a graceful and luxurious beautiful woman high in the sky. Duanlington. Wu Yongqian lay on the ground as he stared at Duanlingtian, and a sheen of hatred flickered within his eyes. Duanlingtian paid no attention to him, and he raised his head to look at the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, who stood in the sky with his eyes closed. Linghu Jinhong looked to be no different from an ordinary person, but Duanlingtian was instead able to feel that he was unfathomable. Duanlingtian believed this Linghu Jinhong's strength was absolutely not inferior to Zhang Shouyong. Sect leader. Duanlingtian looked at Linghu Jinhong and greeted him. Even when facing the 7-star sword sect's leader, Duanlingtian still stood ramrod straight, and he didn't have the slightest intention of bowing. Presumptuous. Suddenly a cold snort sounded out. It was a middle-aged man that stood behind Duanlingtian, and he stepped out into the sky. His cold eyes looked down at Duanlingtian as he said in a low voice, "Duanlingtian, why aren't you bowing when you see the sect leader? Looks like you don't take the sect leader seriously." As he spoke, he put the crime of not respecting the sect leader on Duanlingtian. Not taking the sect leader seriously? Duanlingtian glanced indifferently at the middle-aged man, as the middle-aged man was an old acquaintance of his. "Elder Zhao Lin, which eye of yours saw that I don't take the sect leader seriously?" The middle-aged man was precisely the Migres Peak Outer Court elder, Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin grunted coldly. "You actually dare not bow when you see the sect leader. Isn't this not taking the sect leader seriously?" Zhao Lin stared at Duanlingtian with a gaze that was like a blade, and he wished for nothing more than to kill Duanlingtian on the spot. Seize Duanlingtian's spatial ring in one go, and obtain the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Although there were many people on the peak of Dubhe Peak, it was instead deathly silent at this moment. Zhao Lin's words entered into the ears of everyone present. Everyone was curious how Duanlingtian would respond. After all, within the 7-star sword sect, being disrespectful to the sect leader was a not small crime. Of course, there were also many people that were worried about Duanlingtian. Not only does this kid not bow before me, he actually still does as he pleases before the sect leader. The corners of Zhang Fan's mouth curled into a helpless bitter smile. Instead, it was the graceful and luxurious beautiful woman that stood by Elder Bai's side that sized up Duanlingtian with interest, and the sexy corners of her mouth that curled into an arc had a slight mischievous smile mixed within. He's the man that Kerr yearns for day and night? Even until now, he seems to not have the slightest fear, and has a carefree expression as if he has a card up his sleeve. I wonder how he'll deal with Zhao Lin's difficulties. The beautiful woman's heart was filled with curiosity. As for the person involved, the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, still had his eyes closed as he stood there in the air, as if he didn't know anything about his surroundings. Haha, under the gazes of everyone present, Duanlingtian laughed loudly, and his laughter spread out to every corner of the peak of Dubhe Peak. It caused the group of 7-star sword sect disciples to feel their scalps go numb. What's this Duanlingtian doing? He dares be so presumptuous before the sect leader? Elder Zhao Lin, Chapter 369. I really don't think highly of the sect leader. Duan Lingtian's words were like a thunderclap that abruptly exploded out on the peak of Dubhe Peak, and it entered into the ears of everyone present. As soon as these words were spoken, the air at the scene seemed to be jerked. It was deathly silent. Although there were many people on the peak of Dubhe Peak, all of them held their breaths now, and it was terrifyingly silent, as if the sound of a needle falling to the ground could be heard. After a short moment, high above in the sky, besides the seven-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, who still had his eyes closed as he stood in midair with a calm expression, and his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. The remaining seven-star sword sect higher-ups all went pale. This kid is too willful. The peak master of Mizar Peak, Zhang Fan, frowned, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian contained slight worry mixed within. The beautiful woman's beautiful brows slightly trembled, and her pair of beautiful eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, as if wanting to discern something from Duan Lingtian. Elder Bai, who stood by the beautiful woman's side, had a worried expression. Never had she imagined that Duan Lingtian's courage would be so great, to actually dare say in public that he didn't think highly of the sect leader. Suddenly, hiss, 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 hiss. A wave of gasping sounds rose and fell, and it spread throughout the entire peak of Dubhe Peak. It was the crowd of seven-star sword sect disciples on Dubhe Peak that had finally recovered from their shock. Duan Lingtian has gone mad. Madman. This Duan Lingtian is simply a madman, saying he doesn't think highly of the sect leader in front of the sect leader. Isn't he courting death? Humph. Does he really think that because he possesses extraordinary natural talent in the martial Tao, the sect leader won't blame him? He's simply indulging in fantasy. This Duan Lingtian is surely going to suffer great misfortune today. The group of seven-star sword sect disciples whispered. At this moment, some of the seven-star sword sect disciples that stood near Duan Lingtian, and could see Duan Lingtian, looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes as if they were looking at a dead person. In front of the seven-star sword sect leader and all the higher-ups, saying that he didn't put the sect leader in his eyes? In the entire seven-star sword sect, probably only this Duan Lingtian was able to say something like this, and only he dared to say it. Of course, saying such words also meant that he had to pay a great price. Bastard! Young master! Li Fei and Kerr, who were following behind Duan Lingtian, exclaimed softly. A trace of worry appeared on their beautiful faces. While they were worried, they also had some doubts. Logically speaking, the Duan Lingtian they knew wasn't such an impulsive person. Suiqing stood by Li Fei's side with a dumbstruck expression as well, and her eyes emitted slight worry as she looked at Duan Lingtian's figure. Does this Duan Lingtian not want to live anymore? Yi Xiaobei, He Dong, and the other seven-star sword sect disciples that had a good relationship with Duan Lingtian broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. Of course, there were also people that took pleasure in Duan Lingtian's misfortune. For example, Wu Yongqian and Hu Shuefeng. Duan Lingtian, let me see how you deal with this today. Wu Yongqian struggled to stand up. Then he wiped off the bloodstains on the corners of his mouth and stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. This Duan Lingtian actually dares to say that he didn't put the sect leader in his eyes in front of the sect leader? Hu Shuefeng's face revealed a mad smile. Presumptuous. High above in the sky, Zhao Lin, who looked down at Duan Lingtian, abruptly shouted out coldly. Duan Lingtian, you actually dare say that you didn't put the sect leader in your eyes? This is great disrespect to the sect leader. According to the rules of the seven-star sword sect, you ought to be crippled of your cultivation. As Zhao Lin spoke, the origin energy on his body roiled. Above him, 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, and their imposing auras shot into the sky and were on the verge of erupting. His icy cold eyes stared at Duan Lingtian, and a wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth. To him, this was a good opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian. Right when Zhao Lin was about to make a move, Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. Elder Zhao Lin, you keep saying that I was disrespectful to the sect leader. But I wonder when I was disrespectful to the sect leader? Please enlighten me, Elder Zhao Lin. Duan Lingtian naturally felt the killing intent in Zhao Lin's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. This Zhao Lin is really chattering without end. Duan Lingtian's words caused everyone present to be speechless. Earlier, this Duan Lingtian had clearly said that he didn't take the sect leader seriously. It's only been a short while, and he's already playing dumb? Right when most people revealed astounded expressions from Duan Lingtian's words. High above in the sky, the 7-star sword sect's leader, Ling Hu Jin Hong, who'd always had his eyes closed, finally opened his eyes. At this moment, Ling Hu Jin Hong looked at Duan Lingtian with interest. Although he hadn't seen Duan Lingtian, he wasn't unfamiliar with Duan Lingtian. This rare genius in the martial Tao of the 7-star sword sect had long since caused his reputation to reverberate like thunder, and he'd always wanted to meet Duan Lingtian. What does this little fellow have in mind? Ling Hu Jin Hong looked at the scene before him, and his heart slightly jerked as he was filled with curiosity. Zhao Lin stood in the sky. The origin energy on his body was like flames that coiled and suffused his entire body, and he grunted coldly. Duan Lingtian, as the saying goes, spilled water can't be taken back. Everyone present has heard what you said earlier. It's impossible for you to take it back if you want to. Duan Lingtian smiled. Then I want to ask Elder Zhao Lin, what did I say that caused you to think that I was greatly disrespectful to the sect leader? Zhao Lin said in a low voice earlier, you said you didn't take the sect leader seriously. Could it be that this isn't greatly disrespectful to the sect leader? You still want to deny it? So it's these words. Duan Lingtian nodded and had an expression of sudden understanding. Then he looked at Zhao Lin and asked with a smile, Elder Zhao Lin, according to what you said I didn't take the sect leader seriously, and I was greatly disrespectful? Of course. Zhao Lin's brows raised as the origin energy in his hand condensed and skyrocketed. Duan Lingtian, you were greatly disrespectful to the sect leader and committed a great taboo of the sect. Today, I'll cripple an arrogant disciple like you on behalf of the sect. As Zhao Lin spoke, his figure shook and intended to envelop Duan Lingtian and attack Duan Lingtian. However, instantly Zhao Lin's face went grim. He noticed that at this moment, there were two formidable auras stretching over and tightly locking onto him, causing him to not dare make any rash movements. The Mizar Peak's master Zheng Fan. The Alcade Peak's master Qin Xiang. He knew clearly in his heart. Now with these two people protecting Duan Lingtian, unless the sect leader personally gave the order, otherwise, it was impossible for him to kill Duan Lingtian. He regretted it. If he knew earlier, he should have directly made a move and killed Duan Lingtian after Duan Lingtian spoke those greatly disrespectful words earlier. At that time Zheng Fan and Qin Xiang hadn't targeted him yet. He'd missed the best opportunity. She's Ker's master? The Alcade Peak's master? Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the beautiful woman that floated by Elder Bai's side, and he thought in his heart. The beautiful woman was graceful and luxurious with an extraordinary bearing. Thank you, Peak Master. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman, the Alcade Peak's master, Qin Xiang, was stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. Then she replied via voice transmission. Why are you thanking me? If it wasn't for you and Peak Master Zheng Fan, this mad dog Zhao Lin would probably have already made a move against me. Duan Lingtian continued via voice transmission. Mad dog? The corners of Qin Xiang's mouth twitched slightly, and she glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. You must give the sect leader an explanation for today's matter. Even though the sect leader thinks highly of your natural talent, it doesn't mean that you can act recklessly. Yes, Duan Lingtian replied. Then once again looked at Zhao Lin and asked indifferently. Elder Zhao Lin, you said earlier that I don't take the sect leader seriously, and that is greatly disrespectful to the sect leader. I wonder if you take the sect leader seriously? Of course. Zhao Lin didn't hesitate in the slightest as he spoke with certainty. So in this way, Elder Zhao Lin, you take the sect leader seriously, and you don't take him seriously in your heart? Duan Lingtian started laughing. When he saw Zhao Lin's face go grim and want to refute, he'd already looked at the 7-star sword sect's leader, Ling Hu Jin Hong. Sect leader, I think that if you want to see if a 7-star sword sect disciple respects you, it doesn't depend on whether the etiquette is considerate or not. Just like me, although I don't take you seriously, I still take you seriously in my heart, and respect you from the bottom of my heart. Unlike some people, they say one thing yet think another thing in their hearts. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he glanced at Zhao Lin and pointed out something. Duan Lingtian, don't make slanderous accusations. Zhao Lin's face went grim and he almost roared. At this moment, if it wasn't for Zhang Fan and Qin Xiang staring at him, he wished for nothing more than to directly make a move and tear Duan Lingtian into pieces, then burn his bones and scatter his ashes. Enough! A calm voice suddenly sounded out, and it suppressed Zhao Lin's hysterical voice. Ling Hu Jinhong glanced indifferently at Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin, you ought to properly cultivate your character. You ought to change this impatient temper of yours. Yes, sect leader. Zhao Lin took a deep breath and nodded. But the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with contained frightening coldness mixed within, and he wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian as soon as possible. Ling Hu Jinhong looked at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes were calm and without the slightest ripple. The hearts of everyone present couldn't help but rise. All of them wanted to know, would the sect leader punish Duan Lingtian? After all, what Duan Lingtian said earlier was too far-fetched. Finally, Ling Hu Jinhong slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian entered the 7-Star Sword sect for less than 2 years, and he successively defeated a strong opponent on the life and death arena and killed 4 outer court disciples. He left the sect for a year, and on the day he returned, he used a cultivation at the 9th level of the Origin Core stage to kill a 1st-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple. Ling Hu Jinhong's tone was calm, and although his voice wasn't loud, it entered into the ears of everyone present. These deeds of Duan Lingtian were familiar to everyone present, but when it was spoken out, it instead caused some 7-Star Sword sect disciples to be greatly surprised. Looks like the sect leader has always been paying attention to Duan Lingtian. This isn't strange, Duan Lingtian is a rare genius in the martial Tao of our 7-Star Sword sect after all. Once he matures, his accomplishments wouldn't be inferior to the 5 great young masters. Exactly, with Duan Lingtian's natural talent, it's sufficient to obtain the sect leader's attention. The crowd of 7-Star Sword sect disciples whispered in discussion. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.